Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Just make sure I've got everything turned on that should be on. I've got B1 and audio going there. That means I can get rid of that. Where are we? I can put that up for now. I'll leave the topic for tonight. So we can't do any more James Webb at the moment because, like we've said before, there's just
Yeah.
nothing's going to be happening just yet. So just watch this
I mean,
space, and we'll update. We'll update when we
oh,
can.
watch this space.
Yeah,
Oh.
watch this space. Oh, hey
Well,
H.
it's. I mean, we might get an update in the next month or two,
Mm.
because they're now focusing each of those mirrors very, very carefully, gently, and slowly. So,
Yeah.
Aren't,
you know,
aren't they moving the microns at a time?
precisely.
Well,
Yes,
we could do a live. Do you want to do a live show of them moving them microns at a time?
it's like show us a live stream of the Earth rotating, and you might as well just put up a picture because that's all it'll look like.
Yeah.
For a while.
Oh, yeah, but a flat earther would say, "Why isn't it spinning?"
It is spinning, but it's so slow you can't see it. 15
It'd be
degrees
quicker
an
to
hour. I
watch
challenge
grass
anybody.
grow, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Like that one I
I
seen
mean,
they were saying about from the ISS. Why can't you see the Earth spinning underneath? Hmm.
but even the live stream from the ISS, the you see the planet rolling past underneath it, but it's
But
still
that's
not
not the
actually
planet
going that
spinning.
fast.
That's not the planet spinning. That's
No,
the ISS going around the planet.
exactly. And it still it doesn't
Every
look like
90
it's moving at 17,000 miles an hour, but of course it
Yeah,
is.
every 90
yeah,
minutes, isn't it? It orbits, doesn't it?
Pretty much, yeah,
Yeah.
approximately.
yeah.
I think it's a little bit over that at the moment.
And every 3 months
I mean,
it retro boosts a little bit to help with orbit. I think it's
Yes,
every month.
because of the drag of what little atmosphere it's in.
See, I
I
remembered
think
that.
it generally,
Oh no.
I think
Yeah.
it generally takes between 5 and 10 minutes for it to go from horizon to horizon wherever you happen to be.
Yes.
So it's
Um,
not it's not a particularly fast angular velocity, is it?
no. It's currently orbiting the Earth every 93 minutes. It's at an altitude of 264 miles, which is 425 kilometers.
So technically,
4.75 miles a second.
if ISS is in space and the sun goes behind the Earth, wouldn't that
Mm-hmm.
be an eclipse?
No, I
No,
think it's still probably better to call it a sunset.
that would be night time.
Yes, that's called daytime. Nighttime.
Nighttime, yeah.
Yeah, it's not strictly speaking an eclipse, is it?
Mm,
They'd have to be in a position where the moon obscured the sun for them for it to be an eclipse.
Yeah, yeah.
have
Where
we
is it
got a
with the
clue
model?
yet, Paul, or we haven't got that far yet?
Oh, yeah. I've got a clue typed here.
You have got a
just
clue
press.
typed?
I'll press enter and put it in the chat.
Press play?
To start, press any key.
Press
There you
play.
go.
Yeah, press any key.
Press any key. Yeah.
Okay. A something W.
Oh,
Here we
there
go.
we go.
Here we go. Even though A something W published a large body of fossil and rock evidence, his theory was rejected by most scientists until the 1960s. It finally became part of mainstream science. Oh, 1960s.
No, not ringing any bells.
AW.
Oh, okay.
But I know what it is, but I don't know who it is.
Oh, what is it then, Alan?
Well, it's not
I
Alan.
think it's plate
So
tectonics.
it's got more letters, so it's not Alan.
Huh?
So I think it's plate tectonics.
Mm.
Mm. More information needed.
More? No.
No, not you, from Alan.
Not Alfred Wallace. It's not Alfred Wallace.
Okay, not Alfred Wallace. Right amount of letters?
Wallace.
A-L-F-R-E-D, Alfred, yeah. I think we should allow 3 questions from a person to see if we can narrow it down. Is this person American?
Oh,
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
Let me find out.
Andrew Wakefield? No.
No.
No, he was involved in something totally different.
I reckon we should be allowed 3 questions, Farmer.
No, he was German.
Ah.
What is your quest?
Uh,
What is your favourite colour? What is the SB velocity of an unloaded swallow?
so if he's German, does he have a normal German name?
Well, I
What's
guess
normal?
that's a German.
Well, he's German, so that should be a yes, shouldn't it?
What,
Well,
you
it could have
mean
been a
like
no. He
Adolf?
could have had a name that might not have been German.
Albert Wallace.
Yeah, well, we've got an Alfred Wegener.
That is indeed him. It is Alfred Wegener.
I'd like to ask John where he got the answer from.
Google is your friend.
I did avoid Googling.
Always avoid Googling, because that's called cheating.
Yeah.
Five.
I mean, it seems
5:30 for
seems
Renee Mee.
It seems amazing, doesn't it, that it was only the 1960s where continental drift became an accepted scientific theory.
Yeah.
It's not that long ago, really.
No, it's not.
It was almost plate tectonics, but not quite.
Renee Mee says it's 5:30 and it's 6:30 East Coast. So that's not Midwest. That's not Central West American time. That could be Mountain Time. No, that's Mountain Time's the other way, isn't it?
Mountain Time's earlier, and Pacific Time's even earlier.
That's a song, isn't it? Mountain Time.
I don't know.
I think so. I'll have to have a look now. That might be something else I'm thinking of.
Oh, Little Wolf said Arrow. Arrow?
Oh!
Arrow.
Hello, Little Wolf.
The air attack warning sounds
Like.
this is the sound.
Oh,
Oh.
Whatever happened to Frankie? I'm sure that's a song. Oh yeah, Joe Bonamassa. I thought it was. Not the one I'm thinking of.
So in the thumbnail that I put out that I couldn't see properly in my Discord, stupid bloody
For
thing.
some bizarre reason.
For some bizarre reason. It's a picture of a plane. Oh, I'm gonna have to. No, I can't do that either now. Ah, bugger.
Can't do what?
I'll have to get the image from over here.
A picture of a Fokker trimotor.
It is.
Hey, I hadn't asked that yet.
Called the Southern
I knew the
Star.
plane guy would jump in.
No, sorry, the Southern Cross even.
And you have to be careful how you say that as well. It's definitely
Yeah,
a
otherwise
Fokker.
you'll contribute to the swear jar, won't you?
Yeah, yes.
Spelt with an O.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or as the little lad says in Battle of Britain, no, they're ankles.
Right, there we go. I'll share it just so you can see what the peanuts are saying. There we go. I don't know, I just found this image and I knew the Southern Cross had something to do with it, and there's a picture of a guy, and his name is... We need his full name, don't we?
Sir Alan Cobham.
No,
Sir Charles Edward Kingsford Smith.
Oh,
that's it.
Yes, sorry.
I couldn't change the thing to get his name, so thanks for that.
Get them two mixed up all the time.
Illinois. Renee Mee's from Illinois.
Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois. Yeah, I-L-L-I-N-O-I-S. part of the heart of America. Okay.
You're going to struggle when you get to Arkansas then.
Oh yeah, Arkansas. Yep.
Arkansas.
How about when you get to Misery?
Oh, yeah, Misery, yeah. Oh, you've been there.
Okay. Well, this is the reading we'll do tonight for Charles Kingsford Smith biography, which we've done before on early explorers of types.
This seems a much more sensible way of exploring. Are you going to walk? No, I'm going to fly.
So Kingsford
Don't
Smith.
need all that rum for the camels.
Oh yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any camels and rum in this one or not. Interesting to know.
I'd love to see him get a camel on that Fokker.
Hey, Swedger. Kingsford Smith, Sir Charles Edward, 1897 to 1935. This is by Frederick Howard. Biography. Scroll down if I can. Okay, what do we read here? Oh, bloody writing's going to be too small for me. I'm going to have to make it bigger. Oh, no, I can't. If I make it bigger, I lose the text off the side.
Well, I don't mind reading it.
You don't mind? Oh, well, I can get a paragraph or two, maybe, while you're getting it ready. Or you've got it ready, I suppose.
Oh, God. Of course I've got it ready. It's up on the other screen.
Sir Charles Edward Kingsford Smith, 1897 to 1935, aviator, was born on 9 February 1897 in Brisbane. Brisbane or Brisbane? Australians, we just say Brisbane. But I'll just help you out by saying Brisbane. Fifth son and seventh...
Probably need that for the Americans.
Oh, for the Americans, was it? Oh, okay. Fifth son and seventh child of William Charles Smith, banker, and his wife, Catherine Mary, née Kingsford. The name Kingsford was added to the family surname in Canada. William went into real estate business there in 1903 and later became a clerk with the Canadian Pacific Railways. The family returned to Sydney in 1907. Charles was educated at Vancouver, Canada, at St Andrew's Cathedral Choir School, Sydney, and at Sydney Technical High School. At 16, he was apprenticed to the Colonial Sugar Refining Company Limited. In February 1915, after 3 years with the senior cadets, Kingsford Smith enlisted in the Australian Imperial Force. Would that be like an Air Force, I suppose?
No, that was basically the Anzac division.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the army.
Okay. He embarked on the 4th Signal Troop and Division Signal Company on 31st of May as a sapper. What's a sapper?
Explosives.
Royal Engineer, essentially.
Okay.
Dig trenches. When you dig trenches, they were called saps.
Okay.
So if you were digging trenches, you became a sapper.
Hmm.
I mean, it seems like he was a signaller, but for some reason he was sapping.
And served on Gallipoli and as a dispatch rider in Egypt and France. In October 1916, as sergeant, he transferred to the Australian Flying Corps. After training in England, he was discharged from the AIF, which would have been called what? AIF.
Well, that's the Australian Imperial Force.
Yeah, but better known as the Anzacs.
Okay. And commissioned as second lieutenant, Royal Flying Corps, in March next year. He was appointed flying officer in May, and in July joined number 23 Squadron in France. Wounded and shot down in August, he was awarded the Military Cross for conspicuous gallantry and devotion to duty. He had brought down 4 machines during his first month at the front and done valuable work in attacking ground targets and hostile balloons. Geez, I didn't know balloons can be hostile.
Yeah, well, they used them for artillery observation.
Yes.
And let's just say, shooting the damn things down or just keeping them up from being up in the sky was a very dangerous task because they weren't hugely high, so you could still get hit by ground machine gun fire. Plus, they would have quick firing pom-pom guns.
Yeah, they were quite well defended, weren't they?
Oh, very, very well defended.
Because they knew how vulnerable they were. A big old, blimp sitting there with a bloke in a basket underneath it,
And of course, although the Royal Flying Corps and the Imperial German Air Service, neither side issued parachutes to their fixed-wing pilots. All of those kite balloon observers had parachutes.
Yeah.
So if the balloon got shot up, the observers could get out. So they could then go, because of course, trained observers hard to come by.
Yep.
And of course they weren't necessary, because they didn't issue parachutes to the pilots because it was considered that it would encourage them to leave the aircraft before they really had to.
What's Paul operating on?
Oh, an old battery.
I was wondering what you'd do. I could hear the noises of clicking and cracking, and I'm thinking, okay, either breaking it or fixing it or pulling it apart.
Trying to pull it apart.
Okay. I better finish.
He's trying to fix it, but he could be breaking it.
Yeah, it could be.
No.
Okay, I'll finish reading this paragraph. Oh, there it goes. It's broken now. After promotion to lieutenant in April 1918, he served. I just want to try to read in between the cracking. He served in as an RFC.
Yes.
Flying instructor.
Although,
Flying. Okay.
actually, not correct. After promotion to lieutenant in April 1918, he would have served in the Royal Air Force as a flying instructor.
Yes,
Oh,
it
okay.
become the RAF by then, hadn't it?
And the Royal Naval Air Service ceased to exist on the 1st of April 1918 when they were formed into the Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
The first independent air force in the world.
So that little bit of information might have just got misprinted, or maybe just
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. You want to have a little go, Mr. Farmer?
Yeah, of course.
Barrel, but
right.
barred from.
Yeah, barred from participating in the 1919 England to Australia air race because of supposedly inadequate navigational experience. Kingsford Smith and his friend Cyril Maddox piloted joy flights in England as Kingsford Smith Maddox Aeros Limited. Smithy then went to the United States of America, where he failed to attract sponsors for a trans-Pacific flight and was briefly a stunt flyer in a flying circus. Back in Australia in January 1921, he worked first in Sydney with another joyriding organisation, the Diggers Aviation Company, then as a salaried pilot for Norman Brearley's Western Australian Airways Limited. On the 6th of June 1923 at Marble Bar, Western Australia, he married Thelma Eileen Hope Corboy. Realising the great potential for air transport in Australia, Kingsford Smith formed a partnership in 1924 with fellow pilot Keith Anderson. They raised the capital to buy 2 Bristol Tourers by operating a trucking business from Carnarvon, the Gascoigne Transport Company, and in 1927 they returned to Sydney to operate with Charles Ulm as Interstate Flying Services. After tendering unsuccessfully for an Adelaide to Perth mail service, the partners launched a series of important demonstration flights. On the first of these, in June 1927, Kingsford Smith and Ulm completed a round Australia circuit in 10 days, 5 hours, a notable achievement with minimal navigational aids. Kingsford Smith at once sought support for a trans-Pacific flight and obtained a grant of £9,000 from the New South Wales government, as well as backing from Sidney Meyer and the Californian oil magnate G. Allen Hancock. In the 3-engine Fokker and I'll say that again, a Fokker plane, the Southern Cross, with Ulm and 2 American crewmen, Harry Lyon and Jim Warner. He took off from Oakland, California on the 31st of May, 1928, and flew via Hawaii and Suva to Brisbane, completing the historic crossing in 83 hours, 38 minutes of flying time. The flies received subscriptions of over £20,000. Kingsford Smith was awarded the Air Force Cross and appointed honorary squadron leader, Royal Australian Air Force. Anderson, no longer a partner, sued unsuccessfully for part of the prize money. Yeah, tough shit. Oh dear, yeah, you might want to scroll down a bit there.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
distracted. I didn't get to hear the half of that.
Oh,
I'm all over the place. Peanuts are saying stuff.
Are the peanuts revolting?
No, nobody likes revolting peanuts.
No, it's true. Just throw them away. Right. In August, Kingsford Smith flew the Southern Cross non-stop from Point Cook, Victoria to Perth. In September to October, with Ulm and an Australian crew, he piloted the plane from Sydney to Christchurch, New Zealand, demonstrating the feasibility of regular passenger and mail services across the Tasman Sea. He then set out to fly the Southern Cross to England to place orders for a fleet of 4 aircraft, with which he intended to begin an intercapital air service in Australia. However, on the 1st of April 1929, losing radio contact with the ground and meeting bad weather over northwest Australia, he was forced to land on the flats of the Glenelg River estuary. Before help reached the stranded party on the 13th of April, Keith Anderson and Robert Hitchcock had perished in the search. After an official inquiry exonerated Kingsford Smith and Ulm from a charge of having staged the incident for publicity, the flight to England was resumed in June and completed in the record time of 12 days, 18 hours.
12 days, wow.
Well, you've got to bear in mind that the aircraft at the time just didn't have the range to do it in, say, a couple of hops.
Hmm.
You know, you really did have to hop from one place to another and fill up and then fly again and fill up and fly again and you know.
Yeah.
Just,
and I mean, if you did it something tiny like a tiger, like a gypsy moth, like Amy Johnson did.
Yeah.
You're doing it in hops of 100 to 200 miles.
Yeah, got no range at all. Those little ones. I mean, even these things, they ain't got that much of a range. So you know, it would take you a while.
Yeah. Although, of course, 10 years later, it got cut down rather a lot, didn't it?
Yeah.
In the Robertson Air Race in 30. In the mid-30s.
Yeah.
I'm not going to commit to an actual year because I can't remember off the top of my head.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Won't hold you to it. Right. Where? Oh, yeah. Kingsford Smith's airline, the Australian National Airways, began operations in January 1930, with Kingsford Smith piloting one of the new Avro 10 planes, the Southern Cloud, on the Sydney to Melbourne route. But Smithy was far from ready to settle down. Collecting his old bus, the Southern Cross, from the Fokker Aircraft Company in Holland, where it had been overhauled, in June 1930, he achieved an east-west crossing of the Atlantic from Ireland to Newfoundland in 31 and a half hours. New York gave him a tumultuous welcome. He then returned to England to take delivery of an Avro avian biplane, the Southern Cross Junior, and attempt a record-breaking solo flight to Darwin in October. This he accomplished within 10 days, beating 4 competitors who had left England ahead of him and breaking Hinckley's time by 5.5 days.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, you imagine flying a biplane from England to Australia on your Todd, solo flight.
Yeah.
I remember that way back when he'd been disbarred from the race because his navigation wasn't up to it. Well, now it clearly was.
Well, you got practice.
Yeah, oh, exactly. He'd been about all over the place. He'd already crossed the Atlantic, so it's not many waypoints that you can mark off on the Atlantic because it's all wet. He was now 34 and world famous. Hey. Divorced in May 1929, he married Mary Powell on the 10th of December 1930 at Scots Church, Melbourne. A little later, he joined Eric Campbell's New Guard. He'd been made honorary Air Commodore in November, and the future of his airline appeared bright. You can see what's coming, can't you?
Yeah. The early 1930s.
Yeah. However, there you go. There's either a but or a however.
However.
On the
plot-
21st
the plot
of March
thickens.
1931, on the 21st of March 1931, the Southern Cloud, flying from Sydney to Melbourne with pilot, co-pilot, and 6 passengers, was lost in severe storms over the snowy mountains. There were no survivors, and the wreckage was not discovered until 1958, 27 years later. This loss and the deepening depression crippled the airline. Yet to a man with Kingsford Smith's ambitions, the pressure to continue flying was constant. In April 1931, he flew the Southern Cross on an emergency mission to pick up mail for Australia from a damaged Imperial Airways plane in Timor. In September, he made a solo flight to England in a new Avro Avian biplane, the Southern Cross Minor, intended to gain publicity with an immediate return flight. But his health was showing the strains of an arduous career, and the return trip was abandoned on medical advice. In November, however, when one of his company planes under contract to fly Christmas mail to England was damaged in Malaya, he took off in another plane to collect the stranded mail, flew it to England in time for Christmas delivery, and returned with mail for Australia. Finally. Mind you, was starting to suffer a bit.
Yeah.
Because this is all good old-fashioned airplanes with cables and pulleys and rods and levers.
Yeah, I mean...
But no autopilot.
Be very
No
surprised.
autopilot. I mean, they were pretty stable aircraft, so there was a good chance that you could trim it to fly hands off.
Oh yeah, but even so, it's a very...
But that only works in good conditions. The minute the weather gets a bit...
Yeah. In 1932,
Where were we?
1932, when he was knighted for services to aviation, Kingsford Smith was almost back to where he had started, selling joy flights at 10 shillings a trip. The flight to New Zealand in 1933 added to this precarious income, but failed to persuade the New Zealand government to give him a charter for passenger and mail services between Auckland and Singapore. That year, he established a flying training school in Sydney, Kingsford Smith Air Service, but sold out at a loss in 1935. Towards the end of 1933, prospects brightened.
Hey.
After travelling to England by sea in September, he fancied a rest. He achieved a brilliant success in October, flying solo from London to Wyndham, Western Australia, in the Percival Gull, called the Miss Southern Cross, in just over 7 days. After the feat, the Commonwealth Government granted him £3,000 and he was appointed aviation consultant to the Vacuum Oil Company.
Vacuum Oil Company? What a weird name for an aviation.
Yeah. Oh, but it's got nothing to do with vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, probably not.
Inevitably, he was attracted by the announcement that a London to Melbourne air race, sponsored by Sir Macpherson Robertson, with a prize of £10,000, would be a feature of Victoria's centenary celebrations. With financial help from friends and sponsors, he bought a fast 2-seater Lockheed Altair, which he named Lady Southern Cross, and invited Sir P.G. Taylor to accompany him in the race. The plan had to be dropped when modifications to the aircraft could not be completed in time. Kingsford Smith and Taylor then flew Lady Southern Cross from Brisbane to San Francisco in October-November 1934 in order to sell it and reimburse sponsors. This west-east trans-Pacific flight was another first in aviation history.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That was a first.
Leaving the Lady Southern Cross to find an American purchaser, Kingsford Smith and Taylor returned to Australia to the long-awaited authorisation for Trans-Tasman air mail service. They began the inaugural flight on May 15th May 1935. The result was failure in a setting of spectacular courage. Before dawn, and some 500 miles, 800 kilometres, out over the Tasman, a damaged propeller blade put one of the three motors out of action, and a second motor threatened to seize as it rapidly burned oil. Taylor, climbing out of the cockpit, succeeded at great hazard in collecting enough oil from the sump of the dead engine to replenish the other.
Wow.
Blimey. So, mid-air, 500 miles out over the sea, I'll just pop out and
Yeah, collect some
and then
oil. Yeah, okay.
Blimey. By jettisoning cargo and finally most of the mail bags, Kingsford Smith nursed the Southern Cross back to Sydney. Blimey,
Wow.
does he cart them around? Does he cart them around in a wheelbarrow? They're that big. I mean,
Oh.
good grief.
I mean, back then, climbing out on outside to do stuff to aircraft, it wasn't common, but it did happen. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
but
there was even again, names is an issue, who climbed out on the wing of a Wellington
yes,
and used a hat to beat out the fire in the engine.
yes, I've read about that one. Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
just
he
imagining
got a
him trying to
Victoria
collect oil
Cross
as
for
it's going along at the speed to try
Yeah.
to get oil into a container or whatever.
blimey. Don't drop the sun plug. Oh, look, it's gone.
Well, it didn't matter out of the damaged engine.
No, exactly. So they're trying to pour it. It's the other one.
Yeah.
Look, it's a bit of a breeze out here. Can you
You've got to aim it in a certain direction because the wind's going to blow it.
whilst the engine's still running?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right, we're nearly there. He was a tired man of 38. Yeah,
He would be a little bit tired.
But he was impelled to go on demonstrating that the future of world transport was in aviation. He arranged for the still unsold Lady Southern Cross to be shipped to England. From there, with J.T. Petherbridge, what a name, he took off on the 6th of November 1935, aiming to make one more record-breaking flight to Australia. It was the end of the long endeavour. The plane and both flyers were lost. It is assumed they crashed into the sea somewhere off the coast of Burma whilst flying at night towards Singapore. Kingsford Smith was survived by his wife and son and left an estate valued for probate at £12,875. It's a bit sad.
I mean, not poor, but not exactly rich.
No, well, he kept spending all his money on airplanes, didn't he? His contribution to civil aviation was an effort of faith and stamina and places him amongst the world's notable pioneers. Lean, with cool blue eyes, generous mouth and terse manner, he's featured on the Australian $20 note. Sydney's airport is named after him. There is a memorial to him, the Taylor and Ulm, Taylor and Ulm at Anderson Park, Sydney. The Southern Cross is on view at Brisbane Airport. Kingsford Smith was the author of The Old Bus and, with Ulm, Story of Southern Cross Trans-Pacific Flight. His autobiography, My Flying Life, was published posthumously in 1937, and the story of his life was filmed in Australia in 1946.
Mm.
And there you go.
And we wouldn't be able to play the 1946 one because that'd be in the National Archive, and you still can't play those ones.
Can you not?
No, because they're still copyrighted for the person that puts it together.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a sad way to end what seemed to be quite an eventful life.
Well, what year did the Second World War start, roughly?
39.
39.
So he
He
was just premature to that, even. Hmm.
Yep.
But he wasn't really the development of the technology for the aircraft. He was more just with the distance that he could fly with an aircraft.
Yes.
Yeah, the fortitude to go fly in places where people had not flown before.
Yeah, exactly.
And his navigation skills must have been getting better. They had to have been. They had to have been.
Probably.
Yes, between 1919 and 1935, he got it sussed.
Yeah.
I want to take part in an air race. You can't. Why not? You'll get lost.
So how
Oh, thank you, John.
how would he have navigated? Because all he would have had was either a sextant or maps following coastlines, known rivers,
Compass, maps and compass.
maps and compass. Yeah.
Probably.
You know, working out where your next stop is because you're getting low on fuel again. You know, so
And a watch for time. So he would have had
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. I think. I mean, most of his flights were with somebody else who I'm assuming was the mechanic / navigator. Because
Yeah, he did. When he did a solo.
he did do one solo, yeah.
That's right. He did England to Darwin in 10 days solo.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been interesting had he had his aircraft ready for the McRobertson, but I think he might have struggled.
Yeah.
To do well, because the three de Havilland DH-88 Comets were very, very quick.
Yes.
Like 72 hours, I think, something in that order.
Something like that.
For the pair that won, and then of course the DC-3 of KLM that came second.
Yes, I just had to look up the Avro Avian.
I think it's a 2-bay biplane.
Yeah, it's a open cockpit 2-seater biplane. But sort of eclipsed by the de Havilland Moth. Oh, I built 405 of them.
Yeah. But like you say, eclipsed by the de Havilland Moths.
But yeah, I mean, just looking, it's got a cruising speed of 90 miles an hour. And a range of 360 miles.
4 hours endurance at cruising speed is actually not bad, is it?
Yeah, I guess, but 360 miles. My car will do twice out in the tank.
Yeah.
I won't do twice that at 90 mile an hour, but yeah, maximum speed 105, cruising speed of 90, and the service ceiling of 12,500 feet.
Yeah, well, you probably wouldn't want to spend much time over 10,000 feet anyway, would you?
No, because that's the height at which they start to pressurize.
No oxygen.
Yes. In that atmospheric gradient that we don't have.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been used to operating at up to 20,000 feet without oxygen when he was in the Royal Flying Corps. Because that's the sorts of altitudes they could get to on offensive sweeps. I mean, even the Sopwith Pup in sort of 1916 could make 20,000 feet.
John said, wouldn't he have just navigated by following the latitude and longitude line on the Earth?
That's right. There's that line.
There's that
right,
line. Yeah, just follow that.
What?
That big black line that's one of many. That's
No, they're yellow, aren't they, on Google Earth?
Oh, now Fred's getting more technical.
You see it as a...
Ground positioning systems or satellites?
Yeah, Sutherland.
He was about 10 years too early for ground based for what is it, ground positioning systems, or G as it
Oh
might
yeah,
be better
yeah,
known,
probably.
But he would have had
which
radio.
became LORAN. No, he wouldn't have, they wouldn't have had radio.
They wouldn't have had radio.
They might have had a wireless telegraphy set, but they certainly wouldn't have had voice.
No.
And obviously at night time, if they had clear skies, just using the stars, that would have helped.
Yeah, well, that was still a feature of in the Second World War. If you look at all of the big four engine bombers that we had, us and the Americans, they all had domes on the top where the navigator could gain a position using a sextant.
Yeah, and you know those replacements for those four engine heavy bombers that the Royal Air Force got,
Mm-hmm.
the V1s.
Yep.
I believe I know the Victor had, and I think the Vulcan might have had as well. They actually had a periscopic affair with the sextant stuff built into it, so they could still take sights.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, when you couldn't really put a bubble on the top of a fast jet bomber.
Okay, what time are we up to? Okay.
Oh my lord.
I know,
State of
that's what
mind.
I said to myself when I seen
Oh,
it.
now I know what you're on about, because you
Yeah.
obviously pulled this up earlier on. I said, look at the state of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Hmm?
And I don't think he's been on any other shows since that one he was on with oh, shit, now I've forgotten what that. Who had him
Oh,
on?
Globebusters.
Was it Globebusters?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know when he was on that particular Globebusters. I presume it's fairly recent.
Oh, Kristen, where have you been? You haven't been back to get your spanner.
No.
There you go.
There's something wrong with this video.
What?
It's only 12:20.
Yes.
Well, it's a part two of a part two. That's what it said. Because last time we watched part two, and then this one
Yeah.
says part two. So I got no idea. I think it's a misprint. That's all I can think
I
of.
think it's about time I go and start getting my camera out and taking them pictures I need to take.
Weren't you supposed to be doing that?
Well, you know, you were talking about aviation. It's a subject that interests me. I was less inclined to depart.
Note to self:
Now you
do
just-
not bring up
now you're just
aviation in the future. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Now you're just going to melt my. Now you're just going to melt my brain with bloody boobs and orifices.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
Boobs and I mean, that just looks like boobs and sphincters, doesn't it?
Just
I don't know.
go and play with your camera, mate, before you do yourself a misjustice.
Yeah, you might do that. Go and take some photos of that green stuff out in your garden.
There's no way Lindsay's going to refer to all that.
I don't know. I got no idea.
I hope not.
He just puts it on the board to look impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I bet you if you read it, it's mostly all derp anyway.
Of course it is.
Or do you want to try to read it out? I can't see it that small.
No, it's too small.
Okay. Hi Dora. Hour late, but still early. Okay.
I know what it says. I can read it word for word.
Okay.
Blah, blah,
Blah,
blah,
blah,
blah,
blah,
blah, blah, blah. There you go. That probably makes more sense than what he's written.
Well, if it's time for you to go and do your housework, or go and feed the cat, or putting off those chores that you've been meaning to do? Now's a good time. Okay. John wants to know, just don't ask if anyone has developed a flying tank.
Okay, well, that was experimented with over the years, particularly the
Hey,
Russians.
didn't you just watch that movie, The A-Team? He flew the tank.
Not so much flew it.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if physics would actually do that. Like if you had the tank suspended off of the parachute and you actually put force
What, and if
from
you fired the main weapon?
yeah, in a direction, would it actually make the tank move back? How much force would a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a tank generate?
It probably would move it slightly, but they generally in tanks they do have these things that absorb the recoil. So
I know it looked good in the movie, but
oh, it's I mean, it's one of those films that you just can't take. It's the A-Team. You can't take it seriously, obviously, because then the tank falls into a lake, and yet
they put the turret forward to slow its descent, like they did in SpaceX when they fired the rocket to slow the descent of the rocket down to land on the barge.
Yeah, so then it lands in the lake, right? So it's now hit the bottom of a lake.
Yes.
How the hell did it drive out?
With its tracks on the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, so how did the engine run?
Maybe it wasn't that very deep, the lake.
Yeah, don't work like that.
How did they hold their breath for that amount of time?
Where did the engine get the air that it needed to run?
Yeah, exactly.
Underwater? Oh,
exactly.
yeah. You can't take that sort of film seriously. It's good for a laugh. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed it a lot.
Good for entertainment value.
It's like, yeah, that don't work.
Oh, with a snorkel. Biggest dog said it had a snorkel.
It's funny you should mention that. As a lot of tanks do come equipped with snorkel kits.
Well, they do have to go in some water sometimes.
Well, for wading through rivers, it was a problem the Germans had because their tanks got so bloody heavy that the bridges couldn't take the weight. So they developed snorkel kits so that the air could be drawn in. And basically, as long as you kept your foot on the throttle, the exhaust gases would stop the water coming into the exhaust pipe and flooding the engine. So as long as you kept your foot down, you're okay. Yeah.
Well, it's like here with the guys that drive their four-wheel drives through flooded things. They usually just keep the revs up enough. The ones without the snorkels, that is.
And some modern tanks now, I've seen film of it. They have this big telescopic tube that fits over the commander's position, the commander's coupler. And all you can see is the top of this tube sticking out of the water and the tank commander looking out the top of that as the tank's driving across the river. You can't see the tank. The tank's all the way down the water. But you can see the commander and he sort of go, yeah, let's go down a bit.
That'd be a good sight.
And that's on modern tanks. Some of them do have it. It's quite comical to watch.
Compressed air? Fred's saying something about compressed air.
Compressed air.
John said floaties. Oh, I ripped the band-aid off already, Dora. Yeah, I know. We're delaying the inevitable.
We are, but I suppose at least it's only it's 12
it's only
minutes
12.
and 20
we better
seconds.
put it on Lindsay.
At Lindsay speed.
Yeah, put it on Lindsay speed. Don't forget. There we go. All right.
Go on then.
I know Blue's there because he came in, but he hasn't said hello yet.
Trying to find the mic button.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Blue. I seen you were on someone's show the other day. I forget whose it was now.
I was on Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's the one.
And you even managed to get one or two words in edgeways.
Yes, I noticed that.
Was Rumpus there? Yeah. It was
Because Rumpus was there.
exactly. Well, Craig sent me an email and said, "Could you join the show tonight?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." I didn't know what he actually didn't even tell me he was going to be live. He said, "Can we get together for a chat?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And I accepted the link, and the thing opened up, and there's Rumpus sitting there, and I'm like, "Oh fuck! What have you done to me, Craig? I thought you wanted to talk."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
got a few.
Rumpus
He
did.
got a
Rumpus behaved himself quite well, though.
Rumpus did get a few utters out.
A few, yeah.
Well, I think some of them were done just because it's the rumpus and he has to throw a few utters in there. So
yeah,
but yeah, bless him.
Can I press play yet?
Well,
Wait,
I
please,
suppose you
please.
walked. Let's get through it.
Okay.
Video 2, guys. Check out the first one. I just went over the Haversine
Yeah,
formula.
but the first one was part 2 as well.
So go back and check it out. Look up Haversine. Understand what it is. It's giving you the distance between these two known points on Earth. Say Perth and Sydney, maybe Sydney and Perth. It's this curving. It's the great circle distance between those two places, and that's the way we
Curves
travel.
from Sydney to Perth.
Because that's east to west, right angles to north and south. You have to. This is the way we fly or travel. If you don't, you're going to get lost. If you don't follow that, you're going to get lost. You either travel that east to west.
If I travel from Sydney to Perth on a curved path, I'd end up in Darwin.
No,
Or
no,
you
he's
travel-
not talking about following the curvature of the Earth. And no, Lindsay, we don't only fly east, west, or north, south. Sometimes we go different directions.
You mean diagonally? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, hell,
And we
that's
still
just
follow a
cheating.
great circle when we do that, and that's why you have to use the Haversine formula. The Haversine formula, Lindsay, only works on a globe Earth.
The rum line, north to south. This curving magnetic field lines. They don't want you really knowing about it. They like to confuse everybody because there's so many names. You've got the, like I mentioned back up here in the earlier videos, you've got, we'll check out the other video.
Wait a
Magnetic
minute.
field line.
The rum line from north to south. What rum line from north to
Yeah.
south? You dipshit. You dipshit. Rum lines. What does he know what a rum line is?
To quote an old
No.
English phrase, something rather rum is going on here.
Oh my god. Rum lines, if you don't know what the guys are talking about, to the peanuts. A rum line is a line that crosses every line of latitude. I'm sorry, every line of longitude at the same angle.
Yeah.
North and south doesn't work.
No, I don't think Lindsay even understands his own nonsense, Delirium.
Lines. The spider, rum lines. This is your variation in deviation, taking you away from geographic north. You've got to do all these calculations to keep on a straight track. But then we've got the gyro compass. We haven't even been into that yet.
What? Haven't we invented the gyro compass yet? Well, that's what Lindsay said.
For that one. But you've got to check out this video. Let's just go to the Haversine formula. The Haversine formula determines the great circle distance between 2 points on a sphere, given their longitude and latitude. Well, it's not a sphere, it's on the flat Earth. We all travel on this great circle, whether it's in here at this latitude or out there on that latitude, because that's following east to west, right angles to north and south. It's a special case
What
of
if you're
more
following-
general formula.
What if you're following a great circle on a different angle than north or south?
Spherical geometry, trigonometry, the law of Haversines that relates the sides and angles of spherical triangles.
Yeah.
I was just talking about that earlier, wasn't I? To use about spherical geometry, to Euclidean geometry or whatever it's.
One wonders how you get spherical triangles on a flat Earth, Lindsay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Haversine formula calculate geographic distance on Earth if you have two different latitude, longitude variations at two different points on Earth. Then, with the help of Haversine formula, you can easily compute the great circle distance, the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere, they said. I've been over that anyway. Yep, see that one. central angle heather sign can be computed between 2 points with r as the radius of Earth.
What's that word he's saying? Have a sign.
Have a sign, yeah.
What's that?
It's a not very well known trigonometric ratio, but the Haversine formula is a formula that you can use to calculate literally the distance between two points on a sphere.
Ah.
D is the distance between 2 points, blah blah blah, but you can look all that up. So there's Bob. Bob responds to Brian's logic.
Oh, Bob.
You want some
Hey, Bob.
entertainment? Go and listen to what he's saying. See? And this triangle, these angles here. Apparently Brian's logic was misunderstood something about the rung lines. And Brian was calling them chords, but they're not. So he's right on there. But listen to what he's saying. These guys inadvertently are giving those who understand the flat earth model more meat. They're giving us all the information. The more they give us, the more stupid they look. It just doesn't make sense. And he's just done another video. I think it's because of my comment. I said I want to hear the comedy about regarding Aristarchus and Hippicus and how they came about the astronomical unit, which is all built on a pile of dung, and all the dung comes back to the distance between Earth and the Moon. So it's some crazy flippant assumption they work on, and then build all this BS using that for the astronomical unit distance from Earth to the Sun. And he's done a video on that, and but he's completely left out the Aristarchus and the Hippicus theory back in 230 BC, and gone with this black and white picture that was some mystical antenna reading of a distance to the Moon way back in 1946. And because of that, now they know the distance to the Moon, 234,000 kilometres or whatever it is. And that's it. And then he built his story of the astronomical unit, the distance to the Sun, off that. So check that video out too, that's a real laugh. What have we got?
Is he giving a plug for Bob, is he?
I mean, he's
So
just described the
you
method of
check
how
out-
they got the distance to the Sun.
Yeah.
And he's laughing at it, like,
Well, he's not
What have you
disputing it
provided?
or in trying to explain it to us how it's
Yeah.
wrong.
yeah, like what has he provided to us about the distance to the Sun? How has he measured it? How has he shown that it can be known?
Well, you'd have to work it out off the reflection of the projection of the sun to the dome and some sort of
Parabolic reflection from the vortex where the black hole is.
that's the formula. Yeah.
Again?
If they didn't know the vaccine, let's throw this in. If they didn't know the vaccine would lose efficiency long term, how do they know it doesn't cause adverse effects long term?
Oh, don't bring that up.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Here's another one.
Don't
Hold on a minute.
do with
It's getting to the vaccine now.
Flat Earth.
Wow.
Omicron variant is spreading around the world, but it's only the vaccinated that are allowed to travel, that are allowed to fly. You know, these elites, they're putting it right in your face. They just think you're just dumb as pig shit. Well, we all are as dumb as pig shit. They just put it in your face.
You
and
are.
just think
Yeah, you are.
If you're into religion and you really want to, well, you know, I'm recommending this. Read this, grab that, or even listen to it. It tells the story, the truth. Describes the meaning to life and everything.
That word truth, that's not the meaning of what they think it means.
Wandered off a bit, but that's a bit off another focus.
Keep on using that word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was probably a bit tricky to relate all that, but it's just understanding the 180-degree arc, the meridian from north to the Arctic, to the south, all the way.
TT
that's all
says
the
he's
way
a
out and
Poe.
around. So these are equal distances
I wouldn't
all
call
the
him
way
a
here.
Poe, I'd call him
But
something
we only
else.
get one other equal distance this way
Yeah.
because of our arc of horizon. Not because of Earth going around like this, because it doesn't make sense, does it? It's forever going around.
Oh,
But
John
we're right
Rapp
here.
said, get it
No,
right.
you're right,
We're looking
Lindsay,
at.
none of it makes
Everything
sense.
over our
Nah.
dome. This is what the Zenith cameras are all about. They've given you the spot. I mean, you look at stellarium on your app, that's why you've got a dome over your head. This all comes back onto your dome. So you've got a zenith camera, you've got stellarium. Or something else. You know, more celestial navigations are related to that.
Okay,
So
where's your brain going to go now, Lizzie?
This concept, all equal. Each degree being 60 arc minutes, correlating to GP points on Earth being times 60 nautical miles. Now in the previous video I've mentioned, well, when you drop these down, they're going to reduce in gaps here, aren't they?
Just because you draw it on these whiteboard like that, the way he's drawn it, doesn't mean to say it's correct.
But you have to ignore that when it comes to navigation, because you are always zenith, so these are always coming back to you perpendicular. So they're all equal around here. But when it comes to sextant readings, this must work with the stars, the GPs on the Earth. So they'll be different. I'm sure that's how it works, because you're back here taking a reading of all these stars. So obviously they're staying there because you're staying there.
We're sure it doesn't work.
Into these
He
positions.
said, I'm not sure if it works.
So these are only the star readings. But as zenith, wherever you move, you've always got these equal distances. There's a hell of a lot more to it, but you know, we don't need to know too much to understand how Earth works. It's flat. We're always travelling the longitude, great circles. You're always going that way. You're not doing an A to B. How can you? What are you going to follow? If you do a straight line, you're not following east to west. You have to follow this 90 degree. I get a bit of string and you fly around like that, east to west. Or you follow the magnetic field line, which is the run line, and they have all the calculations, what GPS is all about. GPS using the system and run lines maybe. It's all there. It's all computerised now.
It doesn't know GPS works, obviously.
No, fat earthers don't poop to all science. It's just when they start using like this to hide the truth. Because this is a psyop. Because they control the whole system. They can make billions of dollars. Thinking you can go into space. Billions of dollars in NASA. They control the GPS. All these little tricks. The whole computer system. It's all big tech. You know. All the money's on the elites. They just keep it all a bit secret from us. We're just a bunch of dummies. We don't. They don't want us to know anything about this. Realise the sun is not a spotlight. I've been over that. It's from in here and it turns like a clock, projecting its beam. It's all frequency related out around the Earth as it crosses over your horizon, wherever you are, your zenith. Hits this guy. The guy further west will get it that time on his arc. The guy further west will get this time on his arc. As it moves, obviously it's going to start coming up on their arcs. It's all pretty simple if you really want to think about it. Spirograph.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to think about it, you should try doing that, Lindsay. You should try thinking about it, Lindsay.
But anyway, check out, when you really want to get involved, try and relate this to Bob's videos. I'll leave it there. Okay.
Oh man.
Cheers.
I think he confused himself.
I hope you understood.
Yeah, watch.
Exit stage left.
Yeah,
Yeah, exit stage.
just watch Bob's video.
Yeah.
Just whatever. I'll just I'll just back away from my own mad ramblings on the whiteboard.
Yeah. I noticed he said there that we're that they're controlling the GPS. What, you mean there's someone sitting there controlling the GPS so that my GPS tells me where I am? Well, how do they know where I am so that
it's all pre-programmed into it.
Yeah.
Where,
What? So they knew where I was going to go
yeah.
before I even went there?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess we've entered the Twiglet zone. Or something.
Yeah, that's right, Jim Fondle. Doesn't use any math or anything. Just nuh-uh.
Of course not.
Nuh-uh.
It was definitely a collection of words.
Yes. Even
Didn't
in the
make
wrong,
any
even
sense.
if he just said all those words in the wrong order, he still wouldn't have made sense.
Well, actually, he might have made some sense just by sheer fluke. You never know.
Yeah. Okay. What are we doing now? Looks like we're time to clean our brains time.
Time to clean your brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We've got an easy quiz just for me so I can answer some questions.
Just for you?
Yeah, just so I can answer some questions.
Okay.
Friggin' fly flying around, it's annoying. Let me get the chat up.
How many photographs is Alan going to take of his garden?
All of them.
He'll probably get carried away and use up his old memory card.
Yeah.
Now I want you to all do your chest exercises.
How long has Lindsay been doing this? Wow, how long have you been doing Lindsay for now? What, 12 months? Just on 12 months?
Longer than that, probably. Yeah. Yes, that is ACDC behind me, Irish. It is. Akadaka.
Good old Akadaka.
Right. Yep. Okay, so now you know how to do your chest exercises.
Yeah. Blimey. That's mesmerising.
Are you ready for a hard quiz? Is Terry there, or is he gone?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just not saying ready yet.
He's always in such a bloody hurry.
Yeah. You said, "Are you ready yet?" And I hadn't answered yet.
Nope.
So.
Oh dear. Alrighty.
Okay.
Question 1. Luke Lawrenson examined the for-profit private sector of these things in Mexico City in the documentary Midnight Family. What were these things?
In Mexico City.
Yeah. He examined the for-profit private sector use of these things in Mexico City in the documentary Midnight Family. What were the things? Anyone got any idea?
No.
I don't even know who Luke Lawrenson is.
Okay.
Or Midnight Family.
That's to be expected. Okay. All right. Next clue is the Hatzalah formed in order to operate these things in Yiddish-speaking communities in New York City. What are these things? It's not Fleetwood Mac.
John Rapp said Fleetwood.
It's always worth a pun, isn't it? Isn't it, John Rapp? Yeah, go with Fleetwood Mac.
I think
yeah.
one day I shall make a quiz where all 10 answers are
Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, that you would know after about 2 or 3 questions what the rest are. Then, yeah. It's not flat Earth models. It's not tacos. No. Okay, another clue. The operation of informal examples of these things in North America often follows the scoop and run model. What are these things? Scoop and run. My boy, scoop and run. Not sombreros. No. Okay, another clue. Freedom House developed a system of these things to serve the African American community of Pittsburgh, replacing police operation of these vehicles. What are these things? Not elevators, no. So what did the police use to operate in Pittsburgh that now somebody else operates? Surprise bills from the use of these vehicles arise when private companies such as American Medical Response do not take a patient's insurance. What could you possibly go in where you could get a surprise bill. That is correct, Farmer's Boy. Well done. Not a horse buggy, Terry, no. Did that last clue give it away for you, farmers?
Yes.
Yeah. And we've got the Peanuts catching up now with Spooky Bedhair and Vroom Fondle giving the correct answer. And John Rapp, ambulances was the correct answer. The last clue was name these vehicles that American EMTs used to respond to 911 calls. It is ambulances. Yes.
I've ridden in one once.
Yeah, I used to work as an ambulance officer for 8 years. I had some fun call-outs.
Roll me motorbike on a slippery bit of grass whilst not wearing a crash helmet, which necessitated a little ride in the back of one to the A&E.
Yeah.
As I was wearing glasses and very nearly took my own eye out.
Oh.
Yes.
Not good.
Never, ever, 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 ever ride a motorbike in any condition without a crash helmet.
No.
There's a nice 10 stitch scar through this eyebrow, through my right eyebrow. Ever since that,
yeah,
I was very lucky.
Well, Spooky beat you.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah. Next question. This syllable is repeated over nearly 2 pages in Laurie Moore's story Real Estate. What syllable is it? So it's 1 syllable.
Well, I'm not going to do the obvious.
Okay.
I'm not just going to keep typing in syllables until I get the right one. Because that's just and there's only sort of 21 of them to go through, you know.
Yeah. 2 drinking buddies trade memories about separate trips they took to the same town at the same time in a film whose title repeats this syllable, directed by Hong Sang-soo. It's not by, it's not no. Okay, another clue. When repeated, this syllable refers to a sunken fence which blocks access without obstructing vision, and appears in the name of a town in Quebec, which is the world's only town with 2 exclamation marks in the name.
Is it that one?
No.
It must be that one then.
That is the right one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well
done. Yeah.
One's the real name, and one's a version that appears in a series of fantasy novels.
Okay.
And I always get the 2 muddled up as to which one's the real one and which one's the made up one.
So we've got Farmer's Boy and we've got a Peanut with the right answer too. Well done to Spooky Bedhair. The correct answer is ha, but I'll give you the rest of the clues anyway. Thai speakers often write strings of the number 5 because the Thai word for 5 is pronounced like this syllable. This is a clue that some might know. This syllable is repeated in the nickname of a Crimson Tide safety who played for the Packers from 2014 to 2018, whose last name is Clinton Dix. And when repeated, this syllable is the catchphrase of Nelson Muntz on The Simpsons. Yeah? That should have given it away.
Yeah.
Ha ha.
Oh, I didn't watch The Simpsons, so I wouldn't have got that one.
Yeah.
Which is the representation of laughter. Yeah.
A ha-ha is basically you dig a ditch and then you put a fence in it. So from your point of view, you can't see the fence, but it stops cattle and the like getting into your garden.
Yes.
And in the Discworld novels, there's another version of it, and it's called the ho-ho.
Okay.
And I can never remember which is the real one, whether it's the ho-ho or the ha-ha.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't the hee-hee.
No, I know it's not the hee-hee.
Question 3. Robert Dussault claimed that the French were deliberately excluded from a 1939 conference to standardise this quantity, inspiring Laurent Rosenfeld's theory that its standard value is a result of a Nazi conspiracy.
More conspiracy question.
1939.
Yeah.
What standardised
What quantity? Yeah, what quantity did they try to standardise in 1939? In 1989, the Italian government was petitioned to lower the value of this quantity as part of a campaign by Lyndon LaRouche's Schiller Institute to establish a scientific value for this quantity worldwide. What is this quantity? It's not the kilogram. No. It's not the litre.
So that had all been pretty well established by then, hadn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. In 1859, the French government failed to take into account the influence of temperature when passing a law establishing a standard value of this quantity. The diapason normale, which attempted to counter the rampant inflation of this quantity. It's not alcohol, Terry, no. It's not the metre, it's not hogshead. It's not perspective, it's not the metre. No, it's not cheese sandwiches. Nowadays, the standard value of this quantity used by musical ensembles is A440, which sets the A above middle C to 440 Hz. What is this quantity? That should give it away to anyone who knows a little bit about music.
Stewie.
Not Celsius.
Is it a power cord?
No, not the loaf. Not pressure. Not time or seconds. And we finally have a correct answer out in the peanuts with Bigger Stoggers.
Oh.
With concert pitch.
Concert pitch.
Yes,
okay.
Or standard C. Spooky Bed Hair, I'll accept that as well. Yeah, concert pitch. Name this perceptual quantity that indicates how high or low a sound is. It's concert pitch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who cares when everything goes to 11?
Yeah. All right, question 4. These images are generally said to have been invented by a 16th century painter from Bologna, who said that the task of creating these images was exactly the same as the task of the classical artist. What kind of images? I know, Big Blue's answer. Anybody with sense knows that. That's just CENTS, because sense is a division of musical scale.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay. One of these images depicts a bunch of people at a table snoring as Samuel Taylor Coleridge talks and appears in the collection of The Poet's Corner. What kind of images are we talking about? Not insanity. It's not really the right word. You would find them in those things, Farmer's Boy, but that's not the word I'm actually after. Not perspective. More than 1,000 of these images, many of them drawn by Alex Gard, adorn the walls of Sardi's restaurant in Manhattan. What kind of images? Not graffiti, no. Not lithographs, not satirical's getting close, but not really the right word. Aubrey Beardsley is one of the 25 gentlemen depicted in a book that established Max Beerbohm's reputation as a creator of these images. That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
I'm going to get there in the end.
No, Big Blue, it's not dick pics.
Oh, Blue!
The Romans went into that quite a lot.
Yeah. I'll accept that, John Rapp, even though it's the wrong spelling. Spooky Bed Hair has got it right. It's the caricature. caricatures. Yeah. In a satirical French magazine named after these images, Louis Philippe was often depicted as a pear. Name these drawings that exaggerate people's features for comic effect. It is the caricature. You'd know who that is, wouldn't you, Terry? Who's that a caricature of?
Well, would the H give it away?
No. Maybe. Yeah.
Presuming he's Australian.
He is Australian.
Because I've got a clue who that's supposed to be.
He was an Australian Prime Minister.
Oh, Howard.
No, not Howard. Bob Hawke.
Oh, Hawke, sorry.
Yeah.
We've got a famous Australian. I thought he was on our version of Top Gear that he did a caricatures.
Yeah.
We did the caricatures best over here in the early days of Spitting Image. We just made them out of latex rubber.
Yeah.
That was superb. I mean, the new version's crap, but back in the day, that was brilliant.
Yeah. Okay, question 5. Working with Schraft's restaurants, this celebrity made a commercial advertising an underground sundae with 2 groovy heaps of ice cream. Who was the celebrity?
That's really not ringing any bells at all. Wrong country, I suspect.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong country for us too.
I mean, who are Schrafts? Never heard of them.
No? Okay. This celebrity hired the lookalike Alan Midget to pose as him on the college lecture circuit. Who is the celebrity? Not Pamela Anderson. No, not Hulk Hogan. No. Okay, another quick clue then. With 2 other people, including Sam Green, this man escaped out a window to avoid adoring fans at an overcapacity event. Starring this man, staged at Philadelphia's ICA in 1965. Who is it? It's not Mike Myers. It's not Santa.
Santa.
No, it's not Woody Allen, Terry. No. Biographer Blake Gopnik records how this man made at least $200,000 from the Shah of Iran and met with Lenny Beefenstahl for a magazine he owned. Not Colonel Sanders, not Frank Sinatra, no.
Poor old Shah of Iran. Do you know Iran used to be a relatively modern first world country?
Yeah.
Then the Shah of Iran got deposed and look what happened to it.
Yeah. This Diet Coke pitchman starred in the 200th episode of The Love Boat. Who was it? It's not Elvis Presley. No. It's not Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire. No. Astaire. It's not PhD Tony either. Oh, dear. Might go down to the picture, this one. A posthumous auction that included cookie jars used by this man was dubbed the garage sale of the century by Time. Other objects of this man are no longer authenticated by a Pittsburgh-based foundation named for him. Not 42, no.
What are you doing out there, Space Matt? Lurking.
This artist unusually starred in an ad for Vidal Sassoon men's hairspray, despite obviously wearing a silver wig seen in later self-portraits. Who was it? Not Ricardo Montalban, no.
Otherwise known as Carmen.
Name this pop artist who created Campbell's soup cans.
Oh, that's
Now you know.
Yeah, no, that one popped into it. That bloke.
Yeah.
What's his name? Farmer.
That one.
Yeah, that guy. I'm not going to get his
That
name
is
now.
correct, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy. Do you know his
And
first name?
I think Spooky might have got it.
Not
Yeah.
Fabio. But Spooky Bedhead did get it, indeed. It is Andy Warhol.
Warhol.
Oh,
Yes.
Space Matt's on a bus. Yeah, you went on a trip, did you, Space Matt?
I would never have got that from any of those other clues.
You went,
Just-
yeah, I know. The clue was
The
in the
Campbell's
Campbell
soup
soup
cans
cans.
gave it
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it was the last easy.
He did other ones
Okay.
too that are famous, but I can't think of them.
Yeah. Question 6. The fashion designer Ted Tinling was accused of bringing sin and vulgarity to this profession by designing an outfit featuring visible lace-trimmed underwear. What is this profession where they wear visible lace-trimmed underwear?
Shot in the dark.
Farmer's Boy, you are on fire, but you were beaten by Big Blue.
Oh,
Really?
I don't mind being beaten by blue. I can live with that. Thank you very much.
Wow, from the first clue.
That was a shot in the dark, but I thought, yeah, that
Not
could work.
mud wrestling, no.
Mud
This
wrestling.
profession's fashion was revolutionised in the 1920s by a woman who wore a signature bandeau and a knee-length skirt designed by Jean Patou. Not catwalk modelling, no. Not mud wrestling. Not bathing suits, no.
Oh, that's what I was
Sumo.
thinking.
No. Virgil Abloh designed the Queen collection for a member of this profession. Not flat earth debunking, not lingerie, no. Jamie Schultz wrote about the production of blackness in an essay about a black catsuit worn by that member of this profession in 2002. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah.
Not
vaguely.
bedroom wrestling, no. Okay. A crocodile emblem was placed on the polo shirt designed by a member of this profession, Rene Lacoste. That should give it away. Not ballet, not burglars, no. Not acting, no. Oh dear. Name this profession whose members are required to wear all white when competing at Wimbledon.
That's going to give it
Finally
away.
we get it.
It should
That's
do.
going to give it away.
Yeah, we
yes.
don't even have to type that one out.
Yeah. Polo, golf, no. And finally, we're getting the peanuts catching up with it. It is indeed tennis.
Yeah, Dora.
Yeah. All right. Question 7. The poverty of students at Maharaja's College in Missouri in the 1930s may have led to the 1x2 form of this larger ritual. What is this ritual?
No, not this time.
No, not this time. No. Okay. Since the 16th century, a long-handled device called an ibrick or a chaizve, I've got to get this right. A chaizve has been used in one form of this ritual. What is this ritual? In one of these rituals, a person performs a certain action 3 times, then says Damen, meaning always. What is this ritual? It's not marriage. No. In Arabic countries, this ritual is governed by some 22 rules of gawa when one is on the receiving end and 44 rules when one is on the serving end. Not baby making, no. A 1x2 ritual.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong thing, Peanuts. We must have went back to the previous screen by accident.
Oh, okay. All of these rituals centre on a product legendarily discovered by an Ethiopian goat herder named Kaldi.
I don't know. Stab in the dark.
Not tea making, farmer's boy.
Because I know that quite often.
Not prostitution.
It's not a ritual.
You're close though, but it's not tea making. In Italy, this ritual is typically observed al banco and may involve a lungo or ristretto.
No.
That is correct, Big Blue. You have it. And followed very closely by Spooky Bedhair, which has got it again. Well done, Spooky. It is coffee making or coffee drinking.
Wow.
Yeah. That Italian form of this ritual was Americanized by Howard Schultz for a fast food chain. Name this type of ritual that in Italy is often supervised by a barista. It is coffee drinking or coffee making. Yeah.
Boil coffee, open jar, spoonful.
Yeah.
Couple of sweeteners to take the edge off it. That'll do. Thank you very much. None of this
people
pouncing about.
Spend 5,000 or 6,000 on a machine to make coffee.
No, I've got a kettle and a jar of instant. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it has to be
Coffee
bushels.
was the answer.
No, Doward, but's number 4 actually.
Okay.
Question
Did we get a bot out in the Peanuts? Did we?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Lita Albuquerque installed 99 blue spheres in this place, corresponding to the positions of stars in the sky, for the artwork Stellar Axis. What was the place?
A place that could fit 99 blue spheres?
Yeah.
Well,
easily.
You can do that in my front room if they're very small.
A modernist building in this place, made out of 134 shipping containers, was designed by Germany's Boff Architekten. Where is this place?
God, now we've got a choice.
It wasn't Albuquerque. No. A prefabricated building at this location, named for the naval officer Commandant Ferraz, replaced a building that was destroyed in a 2012 fire. Where is this place? It's not Mars. It's not the Louvre. You're right, Alan, but that's not the name of the place. That's a specific location in this place, but not the actual name. Footage shot by the guitarist Henry Kaiser inspired a 2007 Werner Herzog documentary about this place. Not Flatadia, no. Hugh Broughton is known for designing buildings for this place, including a modular structure on hydraulic stilts that protect it from the weather. That building, called Haley 6, can be relocated because it is fitted with retractable skis. Not the TARDIS. No, not the North Pole. That's
I think that's supposed to be
Farmer's
North
Boy.
Pole.
That is the correct place.
Yeah, the other ones make a bit more sense now.
Yeah.
Oh God.
The first entire continent to be represented at the Venice Biennale was that site of many research stations. Was what site of many research stations? The South Pole, guys, is in this location, but it's not the location.
I was watching the film last night that's set in that particular area. It's got Kurt Russell in it.
Apart from massacre in the spelling, did I finally get there, Paul?
Where are we, Alan? Not really. You skirted around the edge of it all, right? All of those things are in this place, Alan. But we got finally with Jezza with the correct answer out there, and Farmer's Boy with Antarctica was the correct place.
Yes, The Thing was on again last night. I did watch a little bit of it.
Okay.
But I've seen that so many times.
This is a time lapse photo of a time lapse video of the sun in the winter months at Davis Base, one of the Australian bases.
Mm.
You notice that it doesn't stay up for very long.
No.
Oops, sun's up.
No, well, if all the major research bases, basically most people go home for the winter. I mean, they do leave a skeleton crew behind, but it's like, they're not that stupid.
Exactly.
By the time the sun comes up,
it's not a very nice place in the winter.
Yeah. In the summer, it's quite the opposite. The sun is much higher in the sky, and it dips down lower and almost goes below, almost goes below the horizon, but it doesn't quite.
Yes, it almost sets.
So it almost does. Almost. Yeah. Okay, the answer was Antarctica, of course. Question 9. The Bletchley Park codebreaker Peter Hilton created an acclaimed text of this type over a 5-hour span while lying in bed as part of a competition organised by Alfred North Whitehead's nephew. What type of text is this? Okay. In 1614, the poet John Taylor wrote the earliest one of these texts, credited to a specific English author. It's not a crossword. No. Lee Mercer was a prolific creator of these texts and wrote what is probably the most famous one. No? Okay. Another quick clue. A 224-word text of this type was written by the comedian Dimitri Martin for a fractal geometry class. It's not dirty limericks. No, it's not limericks.
You can't have 224 words in the limerick.
No. An annual award for these texts is called the Simmies. Notice how it's spelt.
Yeah, I can't think of the
word for it.
A very good clue as to what kind of a text this is. One of the most famous of these texts could be interpreted as describing Napoleon's state of mind before his first exile, while another could refer to the efforts of Ferdinand de Lesseps. Not binary. That's a really good one there, Dora. That's an excellent example of one.
Oh yes, so it is.
Yeah.
And I suspect that's the answer as well.
Terry's got it right. And Jezza got it right out there first. It is a palindrome, yeah. Name these texts such as Able was I ere I saw Elba and A Man, a Plan, a Canal, Panama, which read the same forwards and backwards. They are palindromes.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember the word for it.
Yeah.
ABBA. There you go. Spelt the same forward and backwards.
Palindromes. And the last question. In a story named for this type of event, aliens kill off all life on Earth, except for a few specimens to display in a zoo. But Walter tricks them by convincing them to pet a poisonous snake. This is a very specific type of event. In another story named for this type of event, the narrator complains, I bet things like this never happened to Amos Oz or David Grossman when he's held hostage by armed men who demand that he tell them a story. What is this type of event? A sci-fi story by Frederick Brown begins with a standalone two-sentence story about one of these events, whose first sentence is, the last man on Earth sat alone in a room. If you know this story, the very next sentence tells you what type of event this is. It's not a kidnapping. It's not the Twilight Zone. It's not an interview. No. A fusillade of these events occurs and then suddenly stops, to the disappointment of the bereaved mother, Mrs. White, at the end of a story by W. W. Jacobs. It's not a picnic. No. It's not a monologue. Name this sound which apparently signals the arrival of the reanimated corpse of Herbert at the end of The Monkey's Paw. It's not a flashback. No. Oh, this is a hard question, hey?
Yeah.
So no one knows that classic sci-fi story where it starts, the last man on Earth sat alone in a room.
No.
Doesn't ring any bells.
No.
Ah, okay.
You've obviously seen it then, Paul.
Oh, it's a classic. Yeah.
Yeah, might be a classic.
It's kind of like a horror story because the very next sentence is unexpected. If you were the last man on Earth sitting alone in a room, what would you not expect to hear? It looks like we're going to go down to the picture on this one.
Well, if it's that type of I don't know if you call it an event, but
it is. Yeah. That's close enough, Dora. And that is right, Terry. Yeah. The correct answer is there was a knock at the door. Yeah. A knock at the door.
Okay.
The last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock on the door. Which begs the question, who was knocking?
Yeah.
The cat.
Yeah. The cat. And was it named Squeak?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's happy now. She's on the desk.
Yeah. And there you go.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Quiz for today.
I never got that one.
I think I might have got maybe one sort of right.
I think Spooky did fairly well on that quiz.
Yeah.
I got 7. I think it's probably a high score for me.
Yeah, well,
Top
Blue
fishes.
wasn't far behind, I heard. And Bold, there was a knock at the door. John Stock says, Dave's not here. No, it's me, Dave. No, sorry, Dave's not here.
What do you want, Cat? Do you want to go on the windowsill? Or do you want to just wander about blindly? Go on, just wander about.
Yeah, just wander about, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just park yourself right there.
Right there, yep, right there. That's
right
it.
in front of the mouse and the keyboard. Don't worry, there's a space here for you. No, you just sit.
You've got to get right there. The mouse might be warm, that's why the cat sits on it. You've been taking some photographs, Alan.
Looks like it.
Yep.
Well, while that's been sorted, I'll go off and grab a few things.
Yep.
Look, low system resources may affect your audio quality. Yes, you are all going to me at the minute.
No, that's not a problem with the audio. That's just us.
I'll grab Blue's video that he mentioned that he was doing. I was measuring. Grab that. That Blue shilled himself on MC Tunes about.
Did anyone watch that MC Tune one with Sink Cleaner? I mean, Sin Cleaner.
I may have.
I listened to a bit of it, but what a thoroughly violent, repugnant bloke he is.
Wally's DMing me stuff again. That was an hour ago. I didn't see it, Wally, sorry. What's he got? Critical think. Taboo conspiracy and P-brain debunk the flat earth. Okay. I'll grab how long is it, Wally? Well, it's 21 minutes. Can't you get
MC Tune episode?
It's 21 minutes.
MC Tune episode was an awesome display of Dunning-Kruger.
Wasn't it just?
I need to play a little bit of that one if that's the one I'm thinking of. If I can find it.
I haven't seen or heard from Sinclair in ages, but no, I guess I know why, because it sounded like he was pretty much in charge of whatever Discord server that was in.
Yeah.
Jeez, that was a few
He's obviously
days
found
ago.
a group of like-minded morons who will put up with him.
I will play a bit of that. FE debate, Sin cleanser, language warning. Is that one?
That's the one. That's the one.
I think that's the one I watched a bit of. Oh no, that's live in 11 hours. That's not that one.
Oh, maybe that's a recap of it then. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that one is.
You're leaving bits of yourself all over the place, Cat.
Changes in Earth orbit create cyclic cycle.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, cycle. It's CYCLICAL.
Cyclical.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
Cyclical.
Oh, okay, cyclical. Yeah, no, I didn't pronounce it the right way.
Oh, I moved too quick. I woke the cat up. Oh,
FE debate versus Democ. Democ? Oh no.
Democ.
Did he? He didn't get.
Yes,
debated.
Sebulon, that's the one. That's the Sing cleanser that we used to have on
That's
Jose's.
live in 3 days.
He's been around for ages.
What else we got?
Sink Cleaner.
What's this top fart for top left award that I keep hearing about?
Oh, that's MC Toon and well, was going to be Schrodinger's cat too, but they're having an award for top left, which is the top left portion of the Dunning-Kruger graph. That's the top of Mount Stupid.
Yeah, Mount Stupid. It's basically their replacement for dumb fuck of the year that seems to have died.
You mean Fair Dinkum Drongo?
Yeah.
Yes, it's that one. So it's the top left award. It's all the idiots who are proudly on top of Mount Stupid.
I watched Ranty's video on his nomination of Sleeping Warrior.
I've seen the short version. I haven't watched the long version yet.
Yeah. Brings back some pretty awesome memories of some pretty dumb stuff that he's done. Man.
How tall is a 10-foot wall?
6 foot.
No, apparently it varies depending on how close you are to it.
Yeah.
Because he did. I mean, this is going way back, but he didn't understand perspective, and he honestly thought a 10-foot wall, as you move further away from it, the actual wall got lower, because that's what it appears to do. But just everything he says is dumb, you know.
I think the most classic moment though was when he got the wrong Foucault.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Looked up the other Foucault on Wikipedia, and yeah.
Spent the time scrolling text and a musical background to his video while he read the details of the wrong Foucault.
And didn't he in that video also even show that he'd tried to search for the word pendulum and couldn't find it anywhere?
Yeah.
And at that point, alarm bell should have been ringing. Hang on a minute, am I looking at the right guy?
Yeah.
But no, he typical Mr. Riley. He just doubled down and stuck with it. And then when I think, and everybody pointed out, he said, "Well, I'd been out, I got home, it was late, I was tired, I was a bit drunk." Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, cocked up yet again. Oh, there we go. Bail out.
And it was interesting in that video too that Ranty admitted that he actually knew that Riley did not even submit his thesis.
Yes, that's the first time I'd heard that admission. Yeah, he missed the cut-off date for handing it in, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, of all the things that he was trying to make out that it was rejected, he was told to rewrite it, that he was told to fix up things like that, but he never even submitted it.
No.
Yeah.
Which, in a way, is a bit of a shame, because I was really hoping that there would be some college, university lecturers and professors who would be handing it around, going, "Go on, have a read of this. You'll never believe it." But none of them got to see it because he didn't even submit it. So he got paid all that money from a GoFundMe, and did what with it?
Yeah.
How does he get away with that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because flirters don't care.
I could just imagine if I had gotten the money that I got for Cavendish and then never did anything, some people would have been pissed.
Yes, and rightly so.
Yeah.
I have a feeling some people would have maybe even been visiting you.
Quite possibly.
I wonder if I've still got the link to that page to see how much he actually made. He got a fair bit of money for it.
He got $3,000 or so.
Yeah.
And then there was stars through a solar filter.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Sheila, put your clothes on, girl.
The harvest moon that was 7 or 8 times bigger than the actual moon.
Terry.
We've got an Asian person out in the chat.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm just AFK for a sec.
Yeah.
Oh, she's such a brazen hussy. Oh.
Got to fix Keelan.
Oh, Clive Wells says he did pass it to a lawyer friend.
Where's my own personal list? I've got one somewhere.
Yeah, that's really crappy, though. I mean, to take that kind of money
and then not do anything.
And not do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell was the money supposed to cover anyway? The cost of the course or something?
Yeah, it was supposed to cover the course fee.
Oh, okay.
Ah, yes, here we are. Curvature is seen due to electrolysis of water.
Yeah.
Tides are caused by paramagnetic salt.
Remember the stars through a solar filter?
Yeah.
And the reason why we couldn't see those without the solar filter is because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Vacuum is measured in torr, so the power of vacuum is huge.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's just the classics that you pick up over time. You think, I'll add that to the list.
Okay, know. I'm back. What are you up to?
But we're just going over some of the more idiotic statements made by a certain A. Riley Esquire.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh,
the classic. The classic CO2 is not a gas; it's a mixture of gases that are carbon and oxide.
Well, we've only got one quote that he ever got right.
What? This is an egg.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, should have stopped right there. He was doing well up to that point.
He should have quit while he was ahead.
Remember when he tried to explain? He tried to explain eclipses and stuff with a crystal ball and plates, dinner plates.
Oh yeah! Oh god, yeah! I remember that.
Yeah. Oh man!
The always popular 5 divided by 0 is 5.
Oh yeah,
yeah. 5. Yeah.
How many ice creams do?
Yeah, how many ice creams have you got? Well, I've still got 5 ice creams.
Ice cream math. Yeah.
You're not taking my ice creams away from me. Okay, I wanted just to play a bit of that debate that MC Turn did. I forget which one it was now. Was it Dion? Or was that a different one?
Oh no, you want
talking about the one with sink cleaner.
Which one it
yes,
was
it's that Flurf tries to beat all Dunning-Kruger records. Go up a bit. Up, next one up.
Oh, that one. Is it that one?
Debating the Asylum, yes, because I think that's the name of the Discord server that he runs.
Well, has this got sound that he was in that Discord or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was a debate.
Well,
no.
I suppose it was, but it I think they'd invited MC Tune in or something. I'm not quite sure what the history of it was.
Okay. Goes for 45 minutes, so
just randomly go anywhere. It's all pretty much the same. It's
okay. We'll do
something.
Since it goes for 45, we'll go 10. We'll jump to 10 minutes, and we'll jump it 4 times. Righto. We got that? No, they're not sharing it out in the peanuts for a minute. Sorry, peanuts.
I was going to say, with the Riley, there's also the classic. A siphon can't work with density and buoyancy because buoyancy needs gravity.
Oh yeah, we've got a recording of that.
Oh yeah.
We have, haven't we?
Yeah. I'm sure he was half asleep, or he didn't realise what he was saying, or he didn't know he was getting recorded, maybe.
Oh no, he knew he was getting recorded because it was a live stream. It was Rangy's live stream.
Crafty said I haven't been paying attention to online antics lately. Okay.
Oh, good for you. Sometimes it's good to have a break from all this utter insanity.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome on any time, Crafty, if you've got the key to the special place. I wonder if Matt's got home yet on the bus. Haven't heard from him yet. Who started relative density disequilibrium? Wasn't that Oakley? Or you reckon
no,
that was,
I've got a sneaking suspicion it might have been Arwin, but I think you have a job pinning it down now because whoever started it, it all got picked up by the rest of those idiots so quickly.
Yeah, it's hard to go back through the chain to see where it started. Yeah.
Somebody asked this question a while ago, and somebody said they thought it was Arwin, but I don't watch Arwin at all.
No, I don't watch Arwin.
I'd rather stare at a wall.
Has he ever had a debate with anyone to actually get anything out of him for anything? I don't know. I don't think he's ever participated in a formally set up debate, a pre-arranged thing. I mean, he's come in various shows and hangouts before. I mean, he cropped up. He's come into Jose stream quite a few times, but he either comes in aggressive or you start sort of asking him questions to which there should be answers, and he just gets pissed off and leaves. You know. Yeah, well, you welcome on any time, Crafty, if you've got the key to the special place.
And he just gets pissed off and leaves. You know.
All right. Well,
because obviously he really does live in La La Land. I mean, he's off with the fairies. That guy. It really is. I mean, he is the wizard. You know.
Crafty, I thought you were on in my Discord. You're not showing up. Sure you were there.
I'm sure she used to be.
That's what I thought she was.
I think sometimes people just have a bit of a purge and like.
For some reason you're not over there. How do I get
Yeah, I
hold
did
of
that a while back. I must admit, I looked at some of my Discord servers and thought, I've never been in there.
Crafty, where are
Get
you
rid of it.
usually in Discord channel? I don't know now. I know you're in one of them. I was, but I left a lot of them. Did you? Well, you left mine. That's no good.
Oh dear.
Now I can't find you again. I haven't got any other link to give you to get in here. I can share me Discord though, can't I? Yeah, that'll work.
Of course you can.
Invite people. Copy. Yeah, that's for anyone that's out there that's lost my Discord. So, but you have to get in now, otherwise you won't get your role. You'll miss out, and we don't want that. All right. Yeah, I've got your Lake Pontchartrain Blue. Already grabbed that. Lake Pontchartrain, Causeway Proof of Earth Curve. Yeah, I've already got that. What was I doing before?
I don't know, Terry, but you're procrastinating.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, I was doing stuff, typing and messaging, and
Procrastinating and prevaricating.
I was actually occupied. I know I was doing something. Oh, the derp. That's the one. That was what we were doing. That one.
Yes.
Right.
MC2 and a not very nice person.
Right. There we go.
Oh,
I'll
what
press
were the
play.
exact words I said? That
You
made think
believe
that?
in Christ and Iers. It's said. You said it.
I don't believe. I didn't say I believed in Christ and ours. I said I respect.
Your belief
them.
comes from Christ and Iers. You said it.
It's not
me.
No, I didn't say that. When did I say I was a Christ denier?
Who was the guy that you just quoted? Be honest. We have a time scale of everything. Everything's recorded.
Yeah, Leon Lederman.
He's a Christ denier.
Well, I asked how you knew that so quickly. Do you know about him?
Is he a Christ denier?
Are you familiar with Leon Lederman so that you can make that declaration about him?
Why would a Christian play these games with me?
Why? Well,
why would a Christian play these games
Why
with
would
me?
you, a fake Christian, play games with me?
You're a false Christian.
Your name
lying
is
about
sin.
some shit on the fucking
sin
internet.
Cleanser. You're not cleansing.
Yeah, because
sin.
Christ is the only
and
sin
listen to your
cleanser.
language, the crude language. Wow.
What's crude about saying Christ is the only sin
No,
cleanser?
that's not the crude language. I'm
you call
referring
me
to.
sin cleanser.
Yeah.
That's your blasphemy.
So you don't know anything about Leon Lederman, but you boldly proclaim that he is a Christ denier without knowing anything about him.
Yeah, he
right?
is a Christ denier. Absolutely.
How do
You're
you know
correct.
that? Do you know that?
Yeah, because Christ describes himself.
Okay, but how do you know that Leon Lederman is or is not?
He describes Christ differently than how Christ described himself.
When did Leon describe him differently?
When he said the earth is a globe.
Oh, so you start with it has
there
to.
are no
you start
biblical
with the
translation of Christ ever saying anything like the sort. No, that's false.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can make shit up all you want. This is why I'm going to assume you're a fucking Christ denier, because you would much rather prefer to lie about Christ's name.
Crude language from this claimed Christian.
MC Toon. Do you accept the full teachings of Christ?
I don't know who you are in this crude language that you have is pretty unacceptable, I would say.
All right. There's a lot of other really good people here, so I'm gonna let them hang out with you.
Yeah, awesome. Maybe they'll not swear at me so much. All right. Anybody else? Does anybody have the guts to actually try to use flat Earth geometry to find
flat
the
Earth
position?
geometry? What is flat Earth geometry?
It would be not
What
using
Discord
globe
is he
Earth
on?
geometry, of course.
What Discord is MC Toon on here? I can't quite make it out. Not sure what that one is.
Well,
Going by the
presume
icon, you can see the icon on the side there.
I mean, is it called the Asylum?
It might be.
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe it is now called. I think it's actually called Asylum.
Okay.
It used to be called something else, but now it's called Asylum.
All right.
Right.
If I remember correctly from the blabber at the start, because I listened to it live.
What's globe Earth geometry?
Well, that would be using the celestial sphere, right? Which is a concentric sphere around the globe Earth. That would be globe Earth geometry. That's where people have plotted the positions of the stars. You would also not want to use
globe around the sphere.
Why do they have to put it as globe Earth geometry when geometry is just geometry? You can have spheres. You can have other shapes too. Mathematics doesn't have to be just because we live on a sphere.
There's a globe around the sphere. There's a sphere around our sphere.
Yeah, that's what the celestial sphere is.
What are you talking about?
I mean, if you read a book on celestial navigation, it might help.
If I read a book on a sphere around our sphere, so we have a globe, which is our globe, our sphere of a globe, right, which is water and dirt. And then we have a sphere around it.
Yeah, the celestial sphere. And
wow.
I can't take the time to describe this middle school type
Oh,
stuff.
that was Denmark, wasn't it?
That's Denmark, yeah.
Yeah, that was Denmark. Yeah, I know what he's like.
Answering the question from Don.
Well,
so Don,
QE likes to reference a really good book about it. Demek, you should read it.
So the celestial sphere is how you tell you're on a sphere.
No. I was answering Don's question. So if you could
How
just
did you
let
know
me.
there's a celestial sphere?
Could you let me answer Don's
Who gave
question?
you that information?
Could you let me answer Don's question?
Well, I'd like you to make any sense at first.
All right. Well, if he's going to be interrupting, I'm going to leave.
Today, measure your celestial sphere live for us, like yourself.
That's what he does, MZ. He interrupts.
Yeah, he is quite rude. Quite rude. So as long as this guy is in the room, I'm not going to be able to participate in the conversation.
I can't even get you to fucking demonstrate your first celestial sphere for us yet. And you're trying to go on to other shit. You said two spheres, a celestial sphere.
All right. Somebody want to kick him out or mute him?
MC Toon, you don't know anything about sextant.
So you say. But so then you could definitely
get angles.
Yeah, you could definitely get that $10,000 then, I guess. Go ahead.
All right, MC Toon, do you want to talk about how we get an angle, which is two lines connected at their apex to give us a 90 degree?
I was trying to answer a question from Don, so I'll give him the respect to answer his question first.
That is so cute, Don.
Then I'll come back. Then I'll come back to you. So Don, you would not want to use the celestial sphere when doing flat Earth celestial navigation, because that celestial sphere is a concentric sphere around the globe, which you do not accept. So that's one. Another would be, and I covered this before, I know you weren't in here the whole time, you would not want to use the Haversine formula to calculate distances across the surface, which is what we use when we're doing...
Can we debate?
Sorry, I was still answering Don.
Yeah, I think you're going to do that all night.
Answer Don? I'm being polite to Don, who asked me a question.
Yeah, but Don's going to ask... Okay, Don, when can we debate about the fucking sextant, or what the hell?
Well, we just did.
Don, do you want me to finish? I mean, I don't have to finish answering.
We just did. Go ahead.
So, all right. The Haversine formula is a spherical trigonometric formula that includes the radius of the Earth. You would not want to use that because you deny the radius of the Earth because you deny it being a sphere. So you would not use the Haversine formula to calculate distances across the surface of the Earth. You'd need to use something else like the Pythagorean theorem or the polar distance formula.
Which is...
The Pythagorean theorem requires a radius.
A triangle. It requires a fucking triangle.
A triangle as well.
Yeah,
with a hypotenuse.
So I'm saying,
what the hell?
as you calculate, so across, if you have 2 points on a plane, You can use the Pythagorean theorem to get the distance between them, or if
Yes.
you're using, hold on, or if you're using polar coordinates, which latitude, longitude could be considered polar coordinates, then you could use the polar distance formula to get the distance between them.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't even need to use it. All we need to use the sextant is straight lines conforming with them being straight and an apex that gives us an angle, which are two straight lines connected by their apex. We have that when we use the sextant because we look at the sky and the distance to the horizon. That angle in and of itself creates the 90 degree if we consider ourselves the observer. No fucking glober here or any other time is going to be able to lie to you about that.
He's bringing up that 90 degree to do with the, yeah. I've seen that image drawn from Flurfers a few times. I have to throw that in.
Shit. Without having some sort of story attached where they come up with some whole fucking retarded way of looking at it. The sextant has two lines of sight. The star, the horizon. 90 degrees, one above the other. That's your fucking basis for your triangle. The dip angle correction corrects for it to be flat. We, the observer, are the third angle. There you go. It's really just that fucking simple.
The observer is right at the apex of the one angle. Where are the other two angles?
There's only two angles that we need.
Okay, where's the other one?
The two angle. Actually, we only even need one angle.
Hey, that's right. Yeah,
one angles are two straight lines
need the one
connected
angle,
by the apex.
From the observer.
Yeah. When we look at the horizon, we have our first angle. The optic itself, the sextant itself, gives us that. Now, when we see the second angle, or the second line, I should say, which is straight, is the optic that gives us to the star. The two straight lines connected their apex, giving us a 90 degree. How could you possibly fucking lie about that?
The two straight lines connected give a 90 degree. Where's that?
When you look at the horizon and when you look at the star.
Okay.
Those are straight lines from the observer to the horizon.
Yeah, so
there's an optic for that. And then there's an observer line from the optic that gives you from you, the observer, to the star.
Okay. And where's the 90?
That is the 90 degree.
From you to the star.
Two straight lines give you an angle.
Okay. But where's the 90?
The 90 is from the angle, which
I know
is the
I know where
two
he's
straight
implying where the
lines
90
at their
is.
apex.
At their apex. So is it
Yes.
is the 90 where you're at, or is the 90 somewhere else?
The 90 is you are the apex of the 90. How would you deny that?
Hey?
Go ahead and tell me how you denied that using a fucking sextant. You are the apex. You are the center point of two straight lines that form an angle, which is 90 degrees from you to the horizon to the star.
Hold on, I'm going to try to draw this. Just a second.
Yeah, I know that.
Just so I can track.
There's no rebuttal.
I'm just trying to... Oh, that's good. Okay.
It's true, you can't argue with
paper,
stupid.
so we've got...
I don't know if I've kept that
Can you
image.
draw it on screen?
Yeah, I thought I kept that image
Because
of what
if you
they
don't draw
thought
it
it
on
was.
screen, we're going to pick you apart.
Oof.
I'm sorry, but I'm being honest. There's a lot of people that have tried to draw this out, and we pick them apart. I don't want you to be that person, so.
All right, hold on. I'll see. Yeah, there's some good. Let's see. Is this
MC Toon? You want to know what the best here? Okay, so you don't have to yell at me or criticize my flat Earth, whatever. You know what would really demonstrate your understanding?
What?
Is this if you had a first-person view of what it means to use the sextant?
The first person view.
If you
mean
from
like
the first,
like
from
the
a first
camera
person
looking through it?
Yeah, in first person, you actually know what the fuck it means to even use a sextant. When you use a sextant, you have two straight lines.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, there's an
That
angle.
is it.
There's an,
And
you
you
measure
are
the
the
angle.
apex.
Yeah.
You are
And
the
that's
apex.
where your angle
And
is.
so like on the challenge, for example, that I have, the angle that you're measuring to Regulus is 70 degrees, 48.7 minutes. right?
I mean, what tea? This is madness.
Look,
That's
you're not going to
actually
get me to
quite a high
verbally agree with
elevation,
any of your
isn't it?
videos.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
think
going to
I've
watch
kept.
your videos.
I don't think
I'm
I've
not-
actually kept that image.
I'll post. You don't have. It's on my website, but here, I'll let me. Give me a second here.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to watch any of your videos. I'm not going to listen to any of your arguments. You can meet me where I'm at,
Yeah,
and my
alright.
questions
So
stand firm.
So there, I posted the observations that were used, taken using a theodolite. You can see there Regulus is at 70 degrees, 48.7 minutes.
Can you describe the index of error?
The index of error is 0.3 minutes.
What does that mean?
That's the
Index of
error
error.
that's in the instrument.
What makes it an error?
That it measures that it consistently measures 3 minutes, 0.3 minutes off.
So it's not right?
Correct. It measures consistently.
How did you measure
0.3
one error measurement of minutes?
One error measurements of minutes?
You said they were upwards of 3 minutes off.
0.3 minutes. 0.0.
Yeah, how did you measure that?
Yeah, it's part of the calibration of the sextant.
How did you measure that?
This wasn't my particular observation. So.
Okay. So, if I asked you how they measured the...
I'll pause it there. I've got the only image that I've kept is this one. If you guys can see that. You probably can't see that one.
Yeah.
You weren't able to see that one I just put up?
Yeah, we were.
Oh, you were able to see that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Does that give what we need?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, the angle, the angle HS, which is the one you're looking for, is 70 degrees and however many minutes he gave, with a consistent error of 0.3 minutes. And as that's a positive error, I would assume you would subtract 0.3 minutes from your observation to correct for it.
Yeah, but he's bringing up that little right angle that's from the centre of the Earth up to the...
But that's not the angle. Remember, the
I know,
GP
but
of the star is not at the horizon.
Yeah. But it's a drawing similar to this the Flurfers have drawn, and they've got the angle, the line going from your eyesight to the horizon, then up, and then they say that there's the right angle there.
Well, yeah, that has to be a right angle for it to be a tangent line.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of implicit in the definition of your sight to the horizon being a tangent line.
Okay.
But I like the fact that he said, I'm not going to look at any of your videos and I'm not going to listen to any of your arguments.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, how are you having a conversation?
Yeah. How are you going to rebut anything that I say if you haven't watched anything?
Or even had the courtesy to listen to what the person's saying.
Turn him down a little so he has no idea about geometry. He's completely baffled by geometry. This is amazing.
Well, with the sextant, I could use that and check the time and see that, oh, this star is moving.
Okay, so what is
this...
a degree of change in your mind?
Well, you can have a vertical angle to it or whatever. Like use a sextant and measure the angle to the sun.
Maybe just, no answer.
Maybe I already gave you an answer.
I'm asking
you just
again.
don't understand
That was a good answer.
Yeah, okay, so unless anybody wants to help him out.
He needs no help. That was a great answer.
How are degrees measured, MC10?
How are degrees measured? Well, you measure them with a theodolite or with a
Okay, so
sextant.
degrees of what? Degrees of what?
Degrees of what? So a circle is divided into 360
A degree of what we're looking at.
Elevation. fucking whatever.
Hold on, MC Toon. You know why I think MC Toon is a liar, piece of shit, false Christian? Because of the thing that he's doing fucking right now. MC Toon, I'm asking you directly. A degree of what? A degree of what we see. Right?
This is awesome. I love it. Yes. Yeah. A degree of
What's wrong with this
a
guy?
degree of what?
A degree of what we see.
Oh my gosh. I did.
Earlier you said that we measure the degree of our eyes. How can you measure the degree in your eyes, Sin Cleanser?
Mailman, a degree of what?
You said degree of your
360?
eye. You said that that's what you measure.
Okay, so let's take an equatorial plane of 360. Flat equatorial plane.
What?
Why don't we use radians in?
Why don't we use anything that we? Why don't we just pull
radians.
shit about our ass? You know? Wow, we could do that.
What the fuck is an equatorial plane?
Good question. What is an equatorial plane?
Yeah, it's a good question for your flat
MC
Earth. What is it?
I don't think MC Toon.
What is it on your flat Earth?
MC Toon, what is an equatorial plane?
The equatorial plane is the plane that divides the Earth through the equator.
No.
Is it flat?
No.
Oh shit, dragon.
Hold on. Why can't I talk to Toon as I want to? Is it flat?
So a plane by definition is flat.
Okay, so it is an equatorial plane. You agree?
Yeah, it divides the Earth in northern hemisphere and southern
MC
hemisphere.
Toon,
through
holy
the
shit.
equator.
Sin Cleanser,
Now
can you
we
stop
have some
muting people?
content. Okay, if everyone's gonna interrupt me and fight with me, that's fine.
No, it's because you keep
But there is a
muting
method
people.
to flat Earth that I think is above your fucking timeline, bitch. Probably could be
Above your
retarded, man.
timeline. What the fuck does
Yeah,
that
I
even
agree.
mean?
It's above your timeline.
Who
Definitely.
fucking asked that?
Hashtag above your timeline.
No, I
Sin
kind of want
Cleanser
to know.
does
I
not
kind of want to know who
represent-
asked me that because they're
Sin
not
Cleanser
allowed
does not
here.
represent the flat Earth community.
Okay. So, bitch, tell me what your name is here. What is your name here?
Who are you talking to?
Take
I
a
was
break.
talking to dragon.
Mailman or
Hang on.
dragon?
Hang on. Hey. Take a break, son, just for a second.
I think he has anger problems.
Citation police. Anybody else y'all want to talk to McToon? Go ahead.
Okay. I have.
Dragon, okay.
I just kicked
Oh, he
Dragon.
left.
Oh.
Sin Cleanser kicked him.
That's just how it works nowadays, apparently.
Jesus, you're drunk.
Unless Don or someone's gonna fight me on it.
Who doesn't get drunk? People get drunk. It happens.
Yeah, but Sin Cleanser does it every time.
Fine.
And he's funny when he's drunk.
Well, it happens.
Okay,
Wish
MC
that I
Toon,
was.
MC Toon. You know, MC Toon, listen. Would you have the balls to actually fucking formalize a debate between you and I?
We already have. It's going to be Saturday.
Yeah, okay, so do you promise to God to show up, or are you gonna
So,
bitch
question,
out?
McToon, are you still recording, or are you?
I'm still recording, yes. So I'll answer. Matthew 5 says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Do not swear on anything. So I will be there, yes.
Well, that's a good question.
Sin Cleanser, hold on. Is there a
I'm gonna
debate between you and McToon? Are you going to have a formal debate?
Saturday.
It's gonna be
Saturday.
a formative. Hey,
Oh, interesting.
I don't know. Okay, so let me tell you, MC Toon, I don't know if it's gonna fully be engaged on Flat Earth. I can't promise you that.
Well, we're going to have to pick a topic.
No, it's just me wanting to talk to you. Like, if you don't want to talk with
No,
me,
is it going to be a debate or just talking? Which
that's why
I'm fine with either.
Formal discussion.
If it's going to be a formal debate, we can do that on Saturday. I'll broadcast it live on the Toon Show channel. If you want to just have a discussion, a one-on-one discussion, then we can do it some other time. But the Toon Show channel is specifically for...
MC Toon, listen to me. Hey.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you interrupted again, but go ahead.
Yeah, I interrupted you.
I don't think nobody interrupted you, McToon.
Nobody fucking interrupted. MC
Yeah,
Toon,
nobody interrupted.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want to...
Except
hello.
He is muted.
Are
you-
you, if anybody
Who is drunk now?
How about this? How about I mute anybody that fucking
debate on
me?
weight and depth.
Yeah, you first.
I'm pretty sure nobody interrupted.
Proof of depth of
Was that Democ again? Did he
Yeah.
MC Toon, do you want to talk to Demonk?
No, not right now. I mean, later. Absolutely. He is comedy gold. I love it.
MC Toon, let me tell you this. Okay, you know what's funny? MC Toon, I promise, bro. If you're like a creator, look, okay, let me just tell you this. You're like a homie. Like you are trying to make content for Flat Earth or whatever. But let me tell you this. And if you disregard what I'm saying, you're a fucking retard.
Okay.
D-Mock went on Nathan Oakley's show like what was it, 2 days ago or something at this point?
Okay.
And he fucking shit on Nathan Oakley.
Oh, I love that.
I'm
a fan.
I'm telling you right now.
I agree with you.
Yeah, okay, so I'm telling you right now, he got shit on because D-Mock, right? In this server right now is one of the few people that agrees with us. All right.
Was he in the video?
When we talk about the ether,
video?
we talk about electricity, light, darkness, all of one and the same. He is the fucking real deal.
Exactly.
All right. So if you're gonna like argue with D-Mock, Nathan Oakley tried that shit. We have a clip of him getting shit on. MC Toon, don't be another clip of you just.
You even remember?
Yeah, MC Toon, you have to realize.
No, I can show you the clip. D-Mock is a fucking
MC Toon.
Okay.
MC Toon, you have to realize. MC Toon, you have to realize that the ether is the medium of everything.
So you say?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who said that, but absolutely.
It's +1. He's pretending not to be dragon.
+1, my man. You're fucking right.
Yeah, he's dragon. But
Thank you, my man. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, dragon. So.
Well, no, I muted.
D-Mock
Dragon
was saying that water. Yeah, +1 is dragon suck. He's just pretending to be.
You cannot prove anything. You're making baseless claim.
Sure, yeah,
You're making a baseless claim.
I am not.
I don't think there's any more debating after this, by the sound of it.
I think there was no debating anyway. It didn't happen.
He's a Poe.
So people have said.
MC Toon. Can I tell you this?
No, I wasn't even done with my thought. But you go ahead. You interrupt me. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go ahead because you allowed me to. MC Toon, here's what I want you to know. There are no real flat earthers.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I know you might agree.
Oh, apart from what?
Apart from the people on this server.
Oh, you are the pinnacle of flat earthers?
Yes.
Okay.
We fucking are.
Absolutely. You rock that. That's it.
Who else would you expect?
What's wrong with that?
I can't tell the difference between who is the craziest.
Who else would you fucking expect?
The craziest.
Retarded man.
I don't know. I'm. You tell me.
You don't
I
have
guess
a fucking clue.
Yeah. So here's a question.
You don't have a fucking clue.
Which ones of you got into Flat Earth by Eric Dubé?
I got into the Lord of Christ through Sophia.
Dude, nobody gets into Flat Earth because of a fucking YouTube video. Are you fucking dumb?
Oh, that's absolutely wrong. I've debated lots of people that say that that's how they got into Flat Earth.
All right, MZ2.
No, that's not how they got into it. That's how they got help. They got help. Okay? Nobody immediately believes the Earth is flat because of a YouTube video. They do their own research, and those videos help.
No,
with
+1. I don't know who the fuck you are.
None of them do their own research.
Dude, why do you keep going after me? I'm not even talking to you, my man.
Who is +1 Dragon, or is this somebody else? I don't know any of you.
I muted you because we don't really care. I don't really.
You muted me.
About
Did it take you a second to get up there?
I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Why did they mute me?
That's Dragon, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. So, who cares what you think? To be honest with you. MC Toon, lie about some of your shit somewhere else.
So polite of you to
Dawn. All right,
to invite me on, and then mute me.
Just
let's come back to some sort of fucking Dawn. Let's come back to some.
And there you have it, Sin Cleanser, who claims to be a Christian but is exceedingly vile. He's not going to watch any of my videos, so I can say whatever I want about him, and he's definitely not going to watch this, right? Sin Cleanser, you're a horrible, terrible person. Please don't say that you're a Christian, because Christians don't do what you did. But he's still going to debate me this coming Saturday. And he's not going to watch this video, so we're safe there, right? Anyway, he didn't like what I was saying. he got tired and then muted me as the guest on his server. So polite. And of course, you saw none of them could stop, just not interrupt. But I understand it when it's a group like that. It's really difficult. That's why I try to avoid dog piles. I try to avoid many on one or lots of. It never works. One on one is great, and it's really good if you can keep on topic. None of them wanted to stay on topic either. Anyway, be looking for the debate on the Toon Show with myself and Sin Cleanser, and then sometime in the future with D-Mock, whoever that guy was, but he doesn't understand anything. It's going to be hilarious.
He doesn't know D-Mock.
So stick around for that. Be sure to subscribe so that when that happens, you'll see it. And also subscribe on the Toon Show. I'll put the link in the description. We'll see you later. Thanks.
He doesn't know D-Mock. He's in for a shock.
Yeah. You'll soon find out.
Yeah. Well, they're upcoming, those ones. I said one was coming up soon. Where was it? 11 hours for the Sin Cleanser one. Didn't I read? Oh, yeah. Versus D-Mock. That's in 3 days, so he's got one scheduled for D-Mock. I know D-Mock's not going to... Yeah. That'd be certainly interesting, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think there was anything else for that. Get rid of those things, I don't need that anymore. Who we got left? I'll leave Blue's video for last, because that's the Pontchartrain one.
Oh, that's a bit longer than usual.
Yeah, that's 25 minutes. And I've got Taboo Conspiracy. Oh no, Taboo Conspiracy as well. That goes for 21 minutes. How are we going for time? And I've got one Simon Dan. I think we'll have to play that.
Oh yeah, from yesterday. Wouldn't that have been yesterday, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, we can't stay up too late because Paul might have to get his beauty sleep.
Yeah. I'm looking after the entire duck farm by myself for the next 2 weeks.
All right.
Oh, okay.
My boss is on his way tomorrow to Johannesburg. He's going to be flying from Sydney to Johannesburg. Direct. On a flight that goes past the Antarctic region. He'll see icebergs along the way.
Oh, cool.
He's flying to Johannesburg via the Antarctic.
Yeah.
Well, how does that one work?
Yeah.
I mean, I know how it works, but I'm just saying for the flurfers out there. Why are they going that way?
Well, it doesn't work for them, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what have we got here? Oh, Simon, sorry.
Santos. Simon Dan, jackass. Let's have a debate. I would love to humiliate your ass and expose your small bits.
Exactly what I said.
Okay? Because you're a dick, and I'm going to expose your ass. This is a challenge to you, Simon Dan.
Well, after Katz completely ruined his little LifeWave product, check that out here, I thought I'd give Santos a bit of time to recover before I looked at him again. But now he's released a look at one of his exclusive Flat Earth lectures, and I simply had to have a look. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a big thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Established Type. 10% off now. Right, back to today's video where Santos is mid-lecture. Let's join him.
So now, if we were living on a globe, right? So let's say you're in Ecuador, you're standing like this. All right, aren't you? Pretty much, even though the Earth is supposed to be tilting like this. So we're over here, and
problem, Santos?
How can I do this? It's so ridiculously wrong that I just don't even know how I'm going to do this.
Oh, it's so ridiculously wrong. You can't explain what you want to explain. Of course it is, Santos, of course. Not at all, because your grasp of Earth science is very weak. Not at all.
So, they can't even really look south. In Ecuador, you can't do it.
Of course you can look south from Ecuador. It's on the equator.
Let's make it America, okay? So we're up here in Boston. Right, and we have to look south because the tropics are here, right? There's the equator. You've got to look south to be able to see the sunrise in the east and then set in the west.
And now we understand why you didn't pick Ecuador, because the majority of that country is actually slightly below the equator, isn't it, Santos? So you would actually indeed need to look north if you wanted to do that. Sort of what happens on a globe. Dear oh dear.
But then they say, this is the north. Well, that would be over here. Because you're standing on here. Every astrologer knows this is the Earth. They call it the horizon now. Very convenient. The horizon. Well, that's the line, that's called the horizon. Yeah, well, I've read Firmicus Maternus 2,000 years ago. Marcus Manilius, Ptolemy.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I believe he did.
He did say astrologer and not astronomer, didn't
he? Yeah.
Well, I could rewind it.
No, I just wanted to make sure I did hear correctly. I thought I did.
But then they say, this is the north. Well, that would be over here. Because you're standing on here. Every astrologer knows this is the Earth. They call it the horizon now. Very convenient.
Astrology.
The horizon. Well, that's the line, that's called the horizon. Yeah, well, I've read Firmicus Maternus 2,000 years ago. Marcus Manilius, Ptolemy, Vettius Valens, Claudius Ptolemy, of course, the greatest astrologer. And they call it the line of the Earth.
Well, they were wrong, weren't they? Because it's the horizon.
They were more truthful. And they said that everything here is called under the Earth. Well, hang on a minute. Didn't we just say that the Earth is circular inside the torus field and it's the plane of inertia, planet of Eartha?
You didn't just say that, Santos, did you? The plane of inertia, the planet Eartha. Amazing. So if it rhymes, it's the same now, is it? Santos, Bonucci, fake Gucci. Yeah, I went there.
Plane of inertia. Look up torus fields and you'll learn there are three parts to the torus field. The inside hourglass shape, hyperbola, the outside called torus, and then the intersection right through the middle called the plane of inertia.
He's been listening to Lindsay.
You understand this.
Your YouTube watch list doesn't count as recognised authority on torus fields, Santos.
By the way, this is interactive, so put your hand up if you want to make a comment. So how
Not
can
that interactive.
this be under the Earth if it's north, and that be on top of the Earth? Because obviously we've got, if the sun rises here and sets here, this is obviously the daytime, and this is the night, right? It has to be. It has to be. This is the ascendant, and the sun always rises here. When people are born at 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun is always around here somewhere.
What if they weren't born at 6 o'clock?
It can be in the darkness here, or it can be about here, depending what latitude they're born in. It'll vary a little bit. There's about an hour or two of variance there.
He's going to get a sore arm.
For instance, here in Mexico, I checked the other day, the sun rises at about 7:20. It's interesting. It's really late. In Australia, it was always up earlier. It's strange.
What about up here at 52 degrees north, where the sun rises at like 2:30 in the morning?
No, that can't be right. There's something wrong there.
Yeah, it must be.
It's not strange, Santos, really. There is a reason for it. Mexico is fairly close to the equator. Australia is not. There is a reason you get earlier sunrises the further from the equator you go. Because the Earth is tilted, Santos, and depending on the time of year, you'll get a very early or very late sunrise. Mexico is vastly close to the equator, therefore you aren't going to get the early sunrises, are you? You've literally made a point there, Santos, just there, which proves the globe. Amazing.
But that's how our electromagnetic solar system is. It's that a lot of what we see is actually an illusion.
And he explains it away as an illusion caused by the electromagnetic universe.
It's like a rainbow. Do you actually see a rainbow? Yes, you do. Is it there? It's not there.
Well, it is light, refracted light, but light all the same. And yes, it's a form of illusion, but there's a huge difference between a rainbow and sunsets being projected at different times because of whatever magic you want to attribute it to on that day.
Like this. It's not there. There's no photos in here. A new phone, this is full of photos. But a new iPhone 11, if I go down and pick one up, which one will be heavier? This one that's full or this one that's empty?
Technically, the phone with photos on will be very, very slightly heavier.
This is full.
Good luck trying to measure it.
Way any more than
Our survey said.
Oops, bad example there, Santos.
How can that be? Well, because those photos are just zeros and ones.
Which take the form of trapped electrons, which have a slightly higher energy level and therefore a slightly greater mass. The difference is, of course, minuscule and arguably immeasurable, but the difference is still there.
And they're occupying no space at all. They're sitting in little chips, but really they don't occupy space. That's the same as you. Your counterspatial self does not weigh anything and doesn't occupy any space.
Look at his face. You can actually see that he knows he's talking utter nonsense.
Here you're spatial and you're temporal. You're born, you grow old and you die, so that's time, you're temporal. It's a temporal, temporary body. It's not eternal, it's not infinite, it's finite and temporal. It's not eternal. But there you are eternal. When you go back, you'll know all this. You're eternal and infinite.
Yeah, when you go back, just throw that in like it can never be verified. It's not like when you finally snuff it and there's nothing, you can go, oh, damn you, Santos. You were lying. I want a refund from that totally overpriced rubbish course that teaches claptrap.
The sun's got a face. Yeah, because that's God. That's your saviour.
Are you telling me, Santos, that the baby from Teletubbies is God? I'm quite disturbed right now.
The sun is your saviour. Early Christians were called heliognostics. That means knowers of the sun. Why did they need to know about the sun? Why would they need to know about the sun?
Oh, I don't know, because it's the single thing that gives life to this planet? Just a guess.
Because they knew that was the portal through which their souls would go back to cause. You can't go back through the moon. You can't go back through any other wormhole. That's a wormhole. The sun is a wormhole.
Oh, come on. He's just making it up now, isn't he? The sun is a wormhole.
It's actually the light is coming from behind it. There's another sun. It's called the sun behind the sun. That is only a transmitter from the original sun.
That seems way more complicated than it needs to be.
So it's not even really generating its own light. It's borrowing light. It's like when I get a magnifying glass and I shine it over onto the wall over there. That's what the sun is like. It's only a projection. Just like the rainbow.
We literally have probes in space that have touched the sun. It's not a projection. Oh, I wish that bloody fly would stop getting in the way.
Oh. It's there.
That was way too slow, mate. Probably saw you coming. To be fair, he's probably smarter than you.
It's not.
Let's agree to disagree.
It appears to be there.
Well, I saw it, that's all I'm saying. A fly, Santos, I keep telling you. Let's leave Santos and his little fly friend there for today and the end of another Flat Earth Friday. There is a load more of his lecture to look at, so if you want to look at it, please do let me know in the comments, but for now, we are done and dusted. Thank you so much for watching today, it truly is appreciated, it really, really is. If you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing to the channel. As I've said many times, we're getting close to 500,000. Love to hit that by this summer. And if you really enjoyed it, hit the like button too. Just enough time to once again thank Established Titles for sponsoring today. Remember, for 10% off the additional sale, visit establishedtitles.com/SimonDan and use my promo code SimonDan. I have been Lord Simondan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for the return of Dave Murphy, who's in a bit of trouble with the law. Or are the law in trouble with him? See you then.
Simon Dan said that's not necessarily 100% correct.
What's that?
Is potentially the sun is not the only source of energy that could provide and create life on this planet. Because there are some very deep sea geothermal vents that could also have provided the energy that started life. Because they have lots of life around them these days. But of course we can't prove that, they can't say whether life started there or not. But that's essentially where they get their energy from, the geothermal vent. They don't get anything from sunlight because they're like multiple miles deep under the water.
I wonder if Lindsay watches that guy or that guy watches Lindsay. Very similar.
I'm also a bit surprised at the sponsor to his show yesterday. I think you ought to look into that a bit more.
What's that?
Established Titles. It's a scam. But there you go.
What's this one from? Who did this one? Critical Think. It's always a joy when flurfers slip up and get something wrong. The Earth is a globe, then we would expect to see this. We don't, so this Earth is flat. Most of the time they just create a straw man. But every now and then they present something that can be used to verify the Earth is a globe, using their very own criteria. Yep. That can happen.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, g'day, flatties and globe defenders. This is Critical Think from Down Under. Thank you very much. Well, today we're going to talk about how Taboo Conspiracy and P-Brain debunked the Flat Earth. My source material is from this video from Taboo Conspiracy, which he claims that no Earth curve shadow proves the Earth is flat. But as we'll see, he actually proves that the Earth is not flat and the Earth is a globe because the Earth curve shadow exists. Now you'll notice here that he uses this background picture of the sky from a balloon flight for many of his videos. But the whole basis of using this picture is based on a fraud and a lie. But we'll get to that one day. So here's my new title for Taboo Conspiracy's video. In my biased and pathetic attempts to prove the flat Earth, I accidentally proved the globe. So let's start to listen to what he's got to say.
For the last few years, globe propagandists have been sharing pictures like these, showing what appears as though Mount Rainier is casting a shadow upwards onto the clouds above the mountain,
Yeah, I got that
supposedly
image.
proving the Earth is a globe,
The
since the
Flurpies
sun
don't
seems
like
to
that
be
one.
at a lower physical angle than the mountain.
Yes, of course. You'd have to be blind Freddy to think that that is not the sun shining upwards on the cloud. I mean, the shadow is obvious. Even the lighting on the clouds is obvious. We'll get more into that. Really, this is just so obvious that the sun is illuminating the bottom of the clouds. But many flat earthers, I mean, all of the flat earthers just can't see this. They don't want to see this. But anyway, let's go.
The globe claim seems plausible, but the claim is entirely false, and instead proves the Earth is flat.
Well, no. Anyone with half a brain at least can see that this is a shadow cast upwards. Look at the colour of the sky. I mean, the sun, sunset sun, sunrise sun is always the orange colour. And by the shadows on the clouds, it's so obvious. But anyway.
Now, the YouTube channel P-Brain absolutely destroyed this juvenile globe argument with actual time-lapse videos filmed from the tops of mountains.
Well, here the argument is made. They've taken some time-lapse video from the top of mountains, and this is an explanation for the sun shining on the bottom of the clouds. Right. Got it.
In short, based on actual time-lapse footage filmed from the tops of mountains, mountains always cast a shadow downwards onto the clouds.
Well, that conclusion doesn't follow from taking some time-lapse movies from the top of the mountain.
But what I think is important is the fact that because there is never an upward shadow filmed from an observation point on top of a mountain, the globe has to be false. These time-lapse videos prove the Earth is flat.
Well, no, they don't, because all they prove is that you've taken a time-lapse video of a shadow on clouds that are below the top of the mountain. There's no proving that the clouds can never be higher and the clouds cannot have the sun shining on them. This is no proof of something that you do not see. This is, again, a variation of the what I call the red dress fallacy. Now, I saw a group of women wearing red dresses. Therefore, all women wear red dresses. So he's saying, oh, there's plenty of time-lapse photos of the sun casting a shadow on the clouds below the top of the mountain. Therefore, the sun can never shine on the clouds above the top of the mountain. One of the funny things to note about this diagram, down the bottom he's depicted how this might look with the sun, the angle of the sun. And here's his sun height. This line represents that. But in order to get such an angle like this, where this is almost parallel to the skyline, if for this to happen, the sun would be too far away on a flat earth. But no flat earther can do the maths. So therefore they don't know this. They think that they can just draw this line on a diagram and see, that's how it works. But that's impossible on a flat earth. And you see that the actual shadow in the background here, the shadow caused by this low angle of the sun, is actually going there above the horizon. But more on that in a little while. Now they claim that the clouds in this picture are in fact below the top of the mountain, and that shadow is actually on the top of the clouds, which is pretty ridiculous when you consider that there's a gap there between the top of the mountain and its shadow, which clearly indicates that the clouds are above. And how can you get a shadow punching through clouds like that? I don't know. See here, look at the clouds. Look at the color of those clouds when the sun is shining on the top of it. And then look at the color of the clouds when the sun is shining on the bottom. They're two different colors.
Because all the shadows are down on top of the clouds, which means the sun has to be higher than the peak of the mountain in order to cast a shadow on the top of the clouds.
Well, nobody argues that if a shadow is cast on the top of the clouds, that the sun must be higher. Nobody's arguing against that. But the argument is taking a picture of a shadow on clouds that are below the top of the mountain does not cover the case where the clouds are above the mountain. And in fact, in this picture, this is impossible again on a flat earth. You see the horizons here and the shadows gone above the horizon. How does that happen? Here's a photo I took myself. This is a sunrise. The sun is clearly shining on the bottom of that cloud bank there. Now, flatties will say that that's reflected off something. But look at the shadows. Look at the shadows. If the sun was above the clouds, these dark clouds here would not be dark, right? They're in the shadow of the sun that way, and the light and the shadows there clearly indicate the sun is below the clouds and below my eye level in this photo. How's that possible on a flat earth? It's not. Here's another example of sun going down below the clouds. And this is on a flight I took from Brisbane to Canberra. And there's the sun just about to set. Now you see here, all the cloud sheet below the aeroplane is in shadow. And the sun is shining on the clouds that are poking up there out of that cloud bank. You don't see any shadows or sunlight on the clouds before that. It's just the angle of the sun there is clearly getting down there almost parallel to that sheet of clouds. And as the sun goes down a little bit more, it's now shining on the top of those pieces of clouds that are sticking out from that cloud base. And as we go a little bit further, the sun goes down a little bit. Look at that. The sun is just tippy on the top of that dome of cloud there. And there's a little bit of a hole in the cloud, and you can see through the cloud there, it's red. So under the clouds is red, on top of the clouds is not red, and there are no shadows. Do you see this? This could be like a mountain sticking out the top of the clouds. It's a bunch of clouds sticking out the top. There's no shadow. There's no shadow, so the sun cannot be above that cloud bank, but it is below. And there the sun has gone down a little bit further. We can only see the red glow underneath. Now here's another thing about this. Up in the sky here you'll see another aeroplane, and its contrail is glowing in the sun. But the sun is nowhere to be seen where we are. There's no sun shining on the clouds, no visible sunlight, but the sun is up there shining on that aeroplane. Only possible on a globe, my friends. And here's the flight that I was on, and this is the flight that we saw in that picture. So this flight was much higher, of course. So it was the sun being down below our eye level. It was still shining on that flight, which was altitude of 38,000 feet, and we were only about 25,000 feet. Only possible on a globe.
What the time lapse that we see at sunset is a shadow that stretches out, and fades. If it were the sun going below the curvature, and if that were creating the shadow, and it were actually casting a shadow up onto clouds above, it would look like this. It would go down, and now the shadow would start far from the mountain on the clouds above, on the underside of clouds above the mountain, and would draw back toward the mountain. That's what it would look like. Yet we don't see that.
Well, actually,
reality.
We do see that. Well, there's a couple of things in this little clip from P-Brain. He says that the shadow retreats and then disappears. Well, there's obvious reason why the shadow disappears. See, the shadow of the mountain disappears because the Earth curve shadow is overtaken it. So all these clouds are now in shadow. The shadow goes up to this way, and you see the top of the mountain there, the peak just disappears into the shadow. And if you look at that, look at the shadow creeping up. Yes, the Earth curve shadow But anyway, P-Brain will say, oh, that's only because the light gets tired and it cannot go that far. So, yeah, there's this limit to how far the light can travel. Yeah, well, this is debunked right in this video right here. We'll come to that in a minute. And the other part is P-Brain saying the shadow would start away from the horizon and then make its way this way.
We don't see that. That's not reality.
Well, we do see that, and that is reality, as you'll see soon.
If the globe propagandists were correct, and Mount Rainier did cast this supposed upward shadow as the globe would require, then the physical Earth bulge itself would cast the same type of shadow.
Well, it would cast a shadow, and it does, but it doesn't look exactly like that.
There should be a massive Earth bulge casting an upward shadow onto the clouds.
And there is?
In fact, if the globe were real, we'd see this upward curved shadow cast on the clouds on a frequent basis, looking something like this.
Well, not so frequent. It's not very frequent, but not too difficult to capture at certain times of the year.
Have you ever seen an Earth bulge shadow on the bottoms of the clouds above you, moving rapidly across the sky? I certainly haven't.
So just because you haven't doesn't mean nobody else has. And so I'm going to present the video evidence. It's only moving rapidly across the sky because it's a time-lapse video. It's not so rapid when you actually observe it in real time.
There is no Earth curve shadow, and that's a big problem for the globe.
So conversely, if there is an Earth curve shadow, that's a big problem for the flat Earth, because that would mean the globe is real. The globe matches reality. How about that? Now, as I've said, this is how Taboo Conspiracy imagines it should look, but no, it won't look like that, all right? So no, the shadow won't be in a curve, all right? You see, the Earth is massive. You don't notice that much lateral curve. In fact, at ground level, you don't notice it at all. So the shadow in the sky is not going to be a curve. It's going to be pretty much a straight line. As you would see down to the horizon, that's your field of view. That's the amount of curvature you will see side to side, which has always been a big problem for the flatties to understand this. And then the shadow here will be the same shape with no noticeable curve. And also the shadow will never be sharp like this. Yeah, because the edge is a long way away. There won't be a sharp shadow. So we've already seen the evidence of Earth curve shadow. You can see what's called the belt of Venus. If you look east when the sun is setting, you'll see the shadow. But as I said before, P-Brain thinks that's because the light can only go so far and it gets tired and just wears out. Here's one of my own photos of Earth curve shadow taken from the top of a mountain. Now I'm on the top of a mountain here. The picture's taken from the top of the mountain, and there's the shadow of the mountain range on the clouds. And now it's not going to be super sharp, of course, because the mountain and the clouds is a big distance between them, and that will blur the shadow. But I'm going to say that satisfies the criteria of the shadow of a mountain being cast on the clouds from the top of the mountain. Now, for those proponents of the theory that the light gets tired, I've got another video here. Now, here's a cloud bank that's stretching right up into the sky. So it's closer to us than the far distant horizon. But the shadow is still seen on the clouds. So the tired light argument doesn't hold, because this is much closer than the maximum distance that they say that light can travel. So therefore, this cloud bank should always be illuminated. But let's see what happens. Yes, sir, look at that. The Earth curve shadow climbing up that cloud bank. Let's look at that again. That's beautiful, isn't it? Now, that was a sunset. Here's another sunset. And the Earth curve shadow trailing back towards the west, as exactly as per P-Brain's diagram when he said, if the Earth were curved and the sun was going down below the horizon, this is what it would look like. Well, here it is. You see that shadow going back there? Let's look at that again. There you go. So we pull that back a bit. You can see the shadow, Earth curve shadow. Now there's a mountain range, the Great Dividing Range to the west. And that's the shadow from that Great Dividing Range. And it's retreating towards the west, exactly as the Flat Earthers, P-Brain, and Taboo Conspiracy have said that it should look like if the Earth were a globe. And here's another time lapse I've taken at sunrise. And this one is a similar story, except the shadow goes the other way. His shadow comes towards us. And even the shadow patterns on the clouds, you can tell that the clouds are illuminated underneath. Now, some flatties have said that this is just a reflection of light up to the clouds. Well, that's all well and good, except the shadow moves in the wrong direction for a reflection. If this was just reflection from the light of the sun, as the sun comes closer, the shadow would in fact go towards the sun. But because the shadow is going away, it's not a reflection. So there, look at that again. It's pretty good, isn't it? So here's another video I found on one of those sites that sells videos, and I bought this one so I could publish it again. This is from the top of a mountain, the sunrise. Now there's clouds below the mountain and clouds above the mountain. So you can see the shadows being cast on the clouds above the mountain, and there's no shadow, as you can see, the cloud bank below the mountain. But let's have a look at this. You can just see some of the shadows starting to appear on the cloud bank below as the sun comes up. See the shadows there in the cloud bank below. But as you can see, the cloud up above has the sun shining on it when the clouds below are in the shadows. So this one is also taken from the top of a mountain and showing the sun shining underneath the clouds there and not shining on the clouds that are below the top of the mountain. So there you go. Taboo Conspiracy and P-Brain. All your criteria are met. You've managed to prove the Earth's a globe. Well done. Congratulations. So, Taboo Conspiracy said, if there was no Earth curve shadow, that means there's no globe. Well, there is Earth curve shadow. That means the globe. There is a globe because Earth curve shadow's there. So, Taboo Conspiracy, what do you think about that?
There is Earth curve shadow, and that's a big problem for the flat, non-rotating Earth.
Indeed. What about you, P-Brain?
A delicious irony indeed, as we turn a flat Earth proof into a spinning ball proof.
Thanks, guys. That's great. Thank you. Well, that's all for today, and please respond in the usual manner. Like, share, and subscribe if you're not already done so. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Well, I don't want to get struck with this music.
Sure.
Well, I'll see he's what's the word for it? He's underlit cloud, and I'll raise him mine. Where did I put that?
I don't know.
I put it somewhere.
You put it somewhere so safe you can't find it.
You know what I'd like to know? Hey, good evening or good morning, everybody.
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Adjust for time zones.
Yeah.
What I'd like to know is what was casting the shadow on the mountain?
Oh.
Because if you have a look at the there's the sun setting behind us and shadow going out over the clouds, but then the sun, something's casting a shadow on the mountain in front of us. What's going on?
Well, I've bunged my favourite one in there again, which was taken somewhere in the vicinity of my home village. Not taken by me, but it was in the area, and it's the shadows of clouds being cast on the underside of higher clouds. How does that work on a flat Earth? Oh, that's right, it doesn't.
It's funny that.
Yeah, funny that.
You think I would have put it in a folder which I knew where it was?
That would be far too logical.
Yeah, it's probably. Let's put it here. I got 3 of them. Oh, here we go. Which one's the best one? Oh, there's a few of them. There's that one. That one. I know Alan tried to stitch them together for me because I didn't do it right. I should have done a video of them instead. You haven't seen these, Monk, so I did these myself with my phone. First time I tried to do pictures of something. There's pinky clouds.
Nice. Yep.
I'll show them. I better show the peanuts, better I?
Yeah, I suppose you ought. Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll have no clue what we're talking about.
Talking about, yeah. And then I moved a bit to the right. Oh, not in that one.
To be fair, half the time I swear they have no idea what I'm talking about.
Am I missing one? Get rid of that one. Have I got them in the right order? No, I'm going to move that one over. That's looking directly, I'd say west, northwest, over the mountains behind me.
Yeah.
I think that's the middle one. Yep, that's the middle one. So still west-ish, and that's just looking a bit more southwest. So if you stitch all them together, that's the panoramic view of the clouds. That's the middle, and that's the one to the right. So obviously that one is the more central area of where the sun was setting, casting the light on underneath the clouds. I'd like to get a morning one like this, but this one just happened to have been in the sunset.
That's fair.
Yeah. And there was a lot of cloud above me at the time, but blue sky over the horizon where the sun was setting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sky is completely grey here and has been for days.
Yeah, it's grey here too at the moment, sprinkling nearly every day here.
Yeah, we got thunderstorms just about every day at the moment. So.
Well,
them.
You can see how nice it is out there.
Monsoon season.
If I just pull the curtain aside, you can see how bright it is. I mean, it's not very warm, but it's quite nice.
That's clearly CGI because we know you're in the UK and it rains every day there. We know this.
No, it doesn't. Didn't rain yesterday. Took the bike out. Hasn't rained today yet. And
yeah, but Farmer's
it's
is
good.
tricking us. His exposure level on his webcam's a bit high, see, so it just looks really bright.
Oh,
It's
right,
gonna
that's
rain.
what it is.
It's going to rain on Monday.
Oh, is it? They
Yeah.
What percentage of chance?
87.
87% of people are
Yeah,
going to
so
get
chances are it
rain
will rain.
in that
But
area.
hopefully it's not going to rain today, and I don't think it's going to rain tomorrow, which means tomorrow I might have to go outside and do some gardening.
You have to go outside past the front door.
Oh, yes. Yes, because it's needed doing for a while, but we've had a week and a half, 2 weeks of howling gales and storms and rain, and it's not been the weather for it.
Nah. They're just still single digits.
What, temperature-wise?
So have you still got a garden, farmers?
Yeah. No, I've well, fortunately, half of the fence got replaced a couple of years ago. Because I'll tell you now, if it had survived then, it wouldn't have survived the last couple of weeks. I mean, it was, I think the strongest we recorded, which was way down in the West Country, but that was 122 miles an hour. We've had some real storms here the last couple of weeks. There's been trees down all over the place, but no.
Oh, John's getting
seemed to got away with it.
John's up in Queensland, Mark. He said he's getting floods where he is.
Yeah, we've had intermittent flood warnings all over the place.
Yeah, he's up near Kingaroy, up that way.
Yep.
Yeah, getting a month's worth of rain in one day is not really recommended.
No.
It's not ideal.
No. Far from it.
Well, we scrap summer this year. We'll just have to wait till next year.
Well, this year summer was monsoon season.
You're a bit crackly then, Mark.
I didn't get any of that.
So, monsoon season.
Monsoon season.
Monsoon season. Yeah, we half got that.
Oh, is that Munchausen season?
Your connection must be getting wet.
Take the bike into the garden.
What?
I'm not. The only way to get it into the garden is to take it out the garage, round the front of the house, down the path down the side, and then round the corner. I don't think it'll actually fit.
And I don't even think you could do a donut in your backyard with the motorbike, could you?
It's just about big enough, I think.
You'd just make it. Well, it'd be slippery enough, but the front wheel will just skid on you. You wouldn't be able to get in grip with the front
I'll have
wheel.
trouble keeping the front wheel in place. Yeah. I tell you what, no. I don't want to screw the lawn up. As technically, it's not mine. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Ooh, donuts, Crafty said. No, not those type of donuts, Crafty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I wish. I haven't had a donut in ages.
There we go.
I try to be good.
You try.
I try.
Do you have any places where you can watch them getting cooked as they go through the batter and then come out and they're hot and they dip them in the cinnamon sugar and then they put them in the bag and right in front of you they can do it. We used to have a place.
You want to stop with talk like that, No, off the top of my head, I can't think of it anywhere like that.
Love those little machines that pump out the little assholes of donut batter into the stuff. I mean, the little rings, that's it.
Yeah, but do they sell the whole?
They're toroidal batter fields.
Yes.
Oh dear, Scotland are losing. I won't watch that bit.
Oh well. How's the time going for us Aussies? Quarter to.
1:45 for me.
Quarter to. You're in a different time zone.
Yeah, no. I'm in the same time zone. The one that doesn't change all year round.
Yeah. Only because, what's his name, didn't want daylight savings because it'll fade the curtains. I could never work that logic out for that one.
No.
I could never work out the logic of daylight savings time in the first place.
Well, it just means that we just get longer daylight hours in the evening.
Kind of works for the southern states down here.
It also means that it's dark in the mornings when you're going to work.
What, 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Not really.
And let's face it,
twilight.
In New Zealand, the argument was all about the farmers, and I'm like, but the cows are going to come up whenever the cows come up. They don't know what the time is.
No, they don't.
They don't actually give a shit, so stop telling me it's all about the farmers.
Yeah.
Not you.
No, I know.
He's not a
Well aware of
farmer.
that.
But he's not a farmer.
No. I'm not
he's
a farmer.
farmer's boy.
No bloody money in that. You must be joking.
You're going to have to change your name one day, farmer.
Look, I've been a farmer's boy since 1997. I'm not bloody changing it now.
There is money in it, farmer's boy, if you've inherited some land.
Unfortunately, it's not my dad's land. He's a tenant farmer.
Oh, tenant farmer.
I'm afraid that 110 acres is 2/3 of bugger all.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, farmer's boy, you'd be lucky to get like $1,000 per acre. Was a pretty steep price to pay for farmland. Nowadays, there's some land that's just recently sold around here for about $8,000 an acre.
Yep. Oh, I can believe it.
Man.
Oh. Who wants to watch Blue's video about Lake Pontchartrain?
Go on then.
If you want
let's do that.
If you want to pronounce it right, it's Pontchartrain.
Pontchartrain.
There's no S.
Never said there was.
Oh.
It's Pontchartrain.
We would just stick an S in that.
Yeah. Not sure.
Say it again.
We would just stick an S in that.
No, I was going to get Farmer to say it again.
What, Pontchartrain?
Yeah, see, there's an S in it.
No, there isn't. It's a CH.
No, there isn't.
Pontchartrain. Oh, dear. Honestly.
Yeah, but he's listening in Australian, so,
Ah, that's it. Works for me.
Well, actually, we should get the resident American to say it, then we'll see if it's an S in it.
It's like Pontchartrain.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah,
Sounded
Pontchartrain.
the same to me.
Yeah.
Pontchartrain.
Micro Raptor said it right, Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah. That's it. Press play.
Press play, yeah.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. This video is going to be about the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway and measurements that prove the Earth is a sphere. Well, proves it to everybody except a guy like this guy.
Level is horizontal.
No.
Warning. Severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out those oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. And let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun. So let's get into it. This is Lake Pontchartrain as seen from Google Earth. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Lake Pontchartrain, it's a rather large lake, and it's situated just north of the city of New Orleans, Louisiana. Lake Pontchartrain is unique in one respect, and that is it has a causeway crossing it. That causeway is 24 miles, or about 38.6 kilometers in length.
Oh, thanks, Blue.
That makes it the longest bridge in the world over water continuously. But it's absolutely straight, and that makes it one of the best places on the planet to be able to actually see the curvature of the Earth. Here's a picture of the causeway. That's taken from about the 15th story of a hotel on the south shore of the lake. You'll notice a couple of large marine spans where the elevation of the causeway rises up considerably to allow boat traffic underneath. They look extreme in this photograph because you're looking down the length of the causeway with a very long telephoto lens. And what happens is a visual effect that's called foreshortening. If you're up on top of that causeway, at the top of one of those marine spans, the view looks like this. So it's not nearly as extreme as that photograph shows. That view would be from a point about where the arrow is. But flat earthers take a look at this and they'll immediately begin with denial. They'll tell you it's refraction or it's perspective. They'll tell you it's being caused by some unknown optical effect nobody's ever heard of. Frankly, anybody that could see a moose in the road at a distance of 50 feet doesn't have any trouble seeing the curvature in that causeway. But for some reason, flat earthers do, and I think I know why. So now, let me introduce you to the two guys that originally did this work. That's Soundly on the left, and that's Jesse Kozlowski on the right. Soundly is a YouTuber, and he's probably made more video and photographs of the Pontchartrain Causeway than anybody on the planet. Jesse, meanwhile, is a professional land surveyor. Several years ago, Jesse took his GPS equipment down to New Orleans. He mounted it in his car, mounted the GPS receiver antenna on top of the car, and then drove across the causeway taking position measurements about every 10 meters. This is a GPS antenna mounted on the top of Jesse's vehicle. It's about 1.5 meters above the road surface. And there is the GPS receiver. You can see there's the height of the antenna, 1.53 meters. The distance of 10 meters is what he has selected to take his waypoints. And you see the accuracy down here. The horizontal accuracy at the moment I took this screenshot was 9 millimeters, and the vertical accuracy was 15 millimeters. That's amazingly precise compared to the accuracy we get with GPS in our telephones. But that's because Jesse is receiving constant corrections from a base station at Louisiana State University. While he was doing that, Soundly was up in the 15th floor of the Marriott Hotel there on the South Shore, videoing the causeway while Jesse was doing the measurements. Now, before we get into the actual measurements, let's take a minute and talk about GPS, because that's what Jesse was using. Not the kind of GPS you and I have in our telephones, the kind of GPS that professional surveyors use. GPS is an amazing system. Our GPS receivers look for signals from the satellites, and when the receiver can see at least 4 of those satellites, by knowing the position of the satellite itself, and by measuring the length of time it takes the radio signal to travel from the satellite to the receiver can determine exactly how far it is away from each of the satellites. Now, knowing that through a process known as trilateration, the GPS receiver can then pinpoint its location. Sounds simple, but there's a lot more to it than that. We won't go into all of those details. That's not terribly important to us for this discussion. What we want to understand is how we can use the GPS position data to reveal the shape of the causeway over Lake Pontchartrain. Now, GPS or GNSS use a coordinate system that's referred to as Earth-Centered Earth-Fixed, ECEF coordinates. There's an X-axis, a Y-axis, and a Z-axis. The X-axis is centered on the zero meridian, or the prime meridian. The Y-axis is perpendicular to the X-axis. You can imagine those two axes lying along a plane that would be formed by the equator of the Earth. The Z-axis passes directly through the International Reference Pole. That's essentially the geographic North and South Pole. So the origin for this coordinate system is at the center of mass of the Earth. Now, our GPS receiver determines the displacement on the X-axis, displacement on the Y-axis, and the displacement on the Z-axis, and that gives us an XYZ coordinate for our position. We can see the same thing in this graphic. With the x displacement, the y displacement, and the z displacement, we can then easily determine the resultant vector. Now that's going to give us our exact distance from the origin of the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. But it also might be the origin for a totally different coordinate system. Maybe it's a state plane system. Or maybe what we want is latitude and longitude, like our telephone tells us. Well, that's fairly easy. Angle phi is latitude, angle lambda is longitude. But there's a problem that flat earthers have here, and it's with this z-axis. This is the z-axis of the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. And they get that confused with this up-axis. Now that up-axis might actually be our elevation above mean sea level. Listen to this exchange.
Let's say that we got our GPS system and we put it in the XY coordinates and drove over the bridge and got a 5 point something meters all the way across.
Yeah.
Where's the curve come from?
See what I mean? Absolutely clueless.
You measure your coordinates, your XYZ coordinates, not only your elevation.
But Z is the elevation, right?
No, it's just the position.
Yeah,
It's not. It's just. Yeah, it's just your position. It's not related to elevation.
It is. The Z is the elevation. That's the vertical datum. It is.
It's just your position along the vertical axis.
Yeah, the vertical datum. Yes, exactly.
So you see the problem. If you have a limited background in mathematics and geometry like this fellow, it won't be necessarily immediately obvious to you that that GPS elevation data you're looking at has already considered the height of the ellipsoid and the geoid. You're effectively seeing your elevation above mean sea level. And that elevation data that looks like a z-axis to you is not the z-axis of the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system that GPS is based on. So now let's have a look at how we could use the raw GPS XYZ data to reveal the shape of the causeway. This is just the coordinate system. We have an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis. Let's put some points in space. We'll put a point there, and a point there, and a point about midway between them. Now let's draw a line. If the Earth were flat, those 3 points would lie in a straight line. Now we can take that XYZ data and we can calculate the length of the vector to each end of the causeway, and we can get a distance from the origin to the center of the causeway. Now let's toss the Earth back in here. Those two outside points are the starting point and ending point of the causeway. That line would be a chord line. The red line is the causeway itself. If the causeway is following the curvature of the Earth, that center point is going to be up here, and we'll be able to see that in the length of that vector, the distance from the center of the Earth to the center of the bridge. Now let's have a look on a flat Earth. We've got the causeway north end on the left, the causeway south end on the right. The green line is mean sea level, in other words, lake level, basically. The red line is the causeway itself, and the GPS elevation is simply the difference between mean sea level and the road surface. We can use the XYZ coordinate data to determine a distance from the origin to the north end of the causeway and a distance from the origin to the south end of the causeway. And we do the same thing for the center. But what if the Earth is spherical? Well, again, we have the north end of the causeway and the south end of it. This time we're showing the geoid. The causeway is still being represented by that red line, and our GPS elevation is simply the height above the geoid. It's still essentially elevation above mean sea level. So now the green line is the chord line, And we can get a distance from the origin to the north end of the causeway, a distance to the south end of the causeway, and on a flat Earth, that point would be in line with the north end and the south end. And our distance from the origin would look like that. But if the Earth has curvature and the causeway has curvature, the point we measure in the center of the causeway will be up there. And now we will have a distance above that chord line, which we call the sagitta. This is how we can reveal the shape of the causeway. Now this is a sample of the GPS data that was collected by Jesse. And this is out of the work that Walter Bislin did. I've just taken one small section of data so you can see what it looks like. There's a link to Walter's website right there, and I'll put it in the description too. You can look at the full data set, which contains more than 6,000 points. The point we're looking at here is point number 1660. It's on the northbound lane of the causeway. You'll also see GPS elevation data provided. You might wonder why that's even there. Well, there's a very good reason for that. That causeway has a number of those marine spans. You want to be sure that you're analyzing data that's on the level part of the causeway, not on one of those marine spans. I analyzed 3 points on each side of the causeway, one at the north end, one near the south end, and one somewhere near the middle. I'll just show you where those points were. That's the south end. You see those 2 points. There's the midpoints. And there is the north end. So let's have a look at this. If the Earth is a flat plane, the 3 vectors V1, V2, and V3 should form a straight line. On the other hand, if the Earth is spherical, the vectors are going to describe an arc with a radius r. Now we have the XYZ data that was collected by Jesse, and calculating the distance from the origin to the data points is very straightforward. It's simply the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared. You see those distances displayed there. Now let's put this on an AutoCAD drawing and see what we end up with. This is for the southbound lane, and the north end of the southbound lane is there on the left side. The origin is down here at the bottom where the red arrow is. The causeway itself is way up here at the top. In fact, at this scale, you can't even see it. Notice the dotted green line. That is the AutoCAD vector that I've drawn, and that is telling you that that's the vector I've selected to measure the length. Notice that the length is 6,372,796.257 meters. That matches our calculated distance. We do the same thing at the center and the same thing at the south end. Now let's zoom in at the top and see what that really looks like. The green line is the chord line. That would be the straight line between the north end and the south end of the causeway. The causeway is that white line. That's an arc. The green dot was the GPS XYZ position measured at about the center point of the causeway. And the sagitta is 28.1177 meters. I asked AutoCAD to tell me what the radius of that arc is, and it says 6,342,337 meters. Well, the actual value should be 6,372,817 meters, so that's about a 0.5% less. But let me tell you what that actually means. If that GPS position is inaccurate by 1/10 of 1 meter, we would end up right on top of the accepted value for the radius. Let's have a look at what the northbound lane looks like. Again, the green line is the chord line and the white line is the arc. And on the northbound lane, based on the points I selected, we have a sagitta of 27.53 meters. Now that's not unexpected because the distance I used between the points on the northbound lane were closer together than the southbound lane. you would expect the sagittal to be less. The length of the arc is less. The radius in this case is very similar to what we saw on the southbound side, actually a little closer, but still about 0.5% off. And this was the data that Jesse presented. His sagittal was 28.457 meters, but he used a distance, an arc length, even longer than my southbound arc length. That's the end of that. That causeway is not flat. And you flat earthers need to stop talking about a hump of water. There's no hump of water. That causeway is following the curvature of the earth, just like the water underneath it is following the curvature of the earth. But there's something else that's pretty interesting. Now we know that the earth is an oblate spheroid. We know that it gets a little bit chubbier as we go toward the equator. That means that the south end of the causeway, that would be vector V1 for us, should actually be a little bit longer than the north end is. That's vector V2. And sure enough, we see that in the data. On the northbound side, I got a difference of 108 meters from the north to the south, and on the southbound lane, I got 109 meters. Again, the distance that I was measuring over is slightly longer on the southbound lane. Well, is that more or less what it should be? Let's find out. Here's an Earth radius by latitude calculator. At the south end, the Earth radius should be 6,372,822 meters. On the north end, it should be 6,372,713 meters. That's a difference of 109 meters. And that's exactly what we measured. So now I want to show you some work that Walter Bislin did. Walter took Jesse's GPS data, the raw XYZ data, and generated a CAD drawing of the causeway. Watch what happens when we superimpose a picture of the causeway. That's a pretty remarkable fit, isn't it? It won't get a lot better than that. We can do one other interesting thing too, and this was always amusing to me. When flat earthers like Quantum Idiot decided that Google Earth was actually a flat model, I couldn't do anything except laugh. I know a lot of you have used Google Earth, and you've probably drawn lines on Google Earth with the measure tool. But there's a feature in there that you may not be aware of. When Google Earth comes up, it comes up with the line you're drawing clamped to the surface of the Earth. But there are alternatives. You can set it so that the line is not clamped to the Earth. It is a reference to absolute altitude, or absolute elevation if you choose. So this is what we would see in Google Earth. We would see the geoid. Now we've got a chord line, which we've been talking about, which would be a line from the north point to the south point of that bridge. But if we set the elevation just right above that chord line, we can generate a tangent line, and that way we can see the drop from horizontal. Let me show you a brief clip of me demonstrating that. I wanted to have a look at this thing in Google Earth. This is Lake Pontchartrain. You see it here. This is the north shoreline. That's the south end. I've drawn a line right down the center line of the south lane, the southbound side of the causeway. But it's not just a regular line. I'm using a Google feature that some people don't even know about. If I go to altitude, when Google comes up, it comes up clamped to the ground. Your line will be clamped to the surface of the Earth. I'm not using that. I'm using absolute. And I've got the altitude of the line set at 24 meters. I've also checked the little box that said extend the line down to the ground. Let's see what that's going to do for us. Let's go here somewhere around the middle of the causeway. I'd say it's right about in there somewhere. Then we'll just start zooming in at that point. And now you see the southbound lane and the line's running down the middle of it. And now I'm going to tilt it just a little bit so that we can see that in fact, yeah, the line is right at the surface, isn't it? Yep. Right at the surface. Very nice. Just as it should be, correct? Okay, let's see what it looks like on the end. Let's go down here to this end first. And let's tilt it a little bit. And uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? It's not at the surface anymore, is it? Goodness. See if we can just scoot along. I'm sure we can do. And we see the line getting closer and closer and closer to the surface till it's right on the surface, right in there somewhere. And then as we continue down to the south end of the bridge, we have to go further than I thought. Here we go. Line's starting to climb again. A little bit more, and there we go, that end. Same thing. It's like the earth is curved, isn't it? You could try this yourself. Well, I guess that's pretty much it. I hope this brief analysis helps everyone understand how that GPS raw data can show us the shape of the planet that we live on. A huge shout out again to Soundly and Jesse and Walter for the outstanding work those guys did. It was truly a remarkable effort. And after seeing this, I wonder how the flat earthers are going to go about trying to deny it. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's how they'll do it. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget those little buttons down there. Thanks to everybody that supports the channel. I couldn't do it without you. And I'll see you on the next one.
Who else remembers when that first come out? When Soundly and...
Oh, good, yeah.
I remember watching the videos when they were driving down and picking the locations and all that for it.
Yeah, he was live streaming it from the hotel room, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yep. Went for a drive on the bridge and parked in between.
Monster live streams that he did.
Yeah.
Didn't they do the don't they have a run of power transmission towers as well?
Yes, the pylons that go across the yeah.
Although you have to be careful because there's a couple of sets of them.
Yeah, there's some weirdly shaped ones off to the west, but there's a couple of good straight lines.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just saying you have to be careful because there are a couple of sets of them, and of course the flurfers like to mix them up.
Oh, of course.
Well, they like to mix them up, but you know it's got the disadvantage that all you've got is visual stuff on it, and that gives them every excuse in the world to scream refraction or perspective or this or that. This is hard ass data. I don't know what you can do about it.
Yeah. Well, you do what Bev does and misunderstand what the Z-axis is.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you do.
Well, Bev's a fucking idiot, so.
Yep.
He plays an idiot in real life, but I'm not sure that he's as dumb as he seems. He may well be.
Oh yeah, I think he really is. No, I really believe he is exactly that dumb.
Every time I listen to
after all these years,
every time I go on his channel, he's like he's just got this horizontal, this level stuff. No matter which way he words
Level
it,
is
that's all he's
horizontal.
yeah, everything he talks about. You know, I was there the other day talking about Euclidean geometry and all that.
Oh, he thinks he's a master of Euclidean geometry.
Yeah,
but he's not.
but he doesn't go the extra step to get to the curved geometry. So it's not that hard.
He also cherry picks what he wants to accept from the principles, because of course he does it. I can't remember which one it is, but he does sort of state what the angle is between the straight line and the curve. But according to Bev, you can't have that. They've got to be straight lines. You can't have an angle between the straight line and the curve.
Well, yeah, I know they're all over the sextant stuff about that.
Yeah, so the cherry picking
can't have a curved adjacent.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
That's incredibly wrong from the outset. But he's got this silly ass T-shirt logic of his that he calls it.
T-shirt logic. Yeah.
And I can't remember which one of Euclid's propositions it was, but what the proposition actually is saying is that if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A is parallel to C. That's basically what it boils down to. Fucking Bev takes that and says if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. What?
Yeah.
Lines can't be parallel to themselves.
No, they cannot.
God damn it, cannot. That cannot be. No, every point on the line is the same as every other point on that line.
Yeah.
You can't have the line cannot be parallel to itself. That's just crazy. He can't even read the damn
crazy talk
propositions. Yeah, he can't even read it and get it right. Got it laying right there in front of him and gets it wrong.
Yeah, unavoidable facts of reality. T-shirt logic states straight lines are not circles. Circles are not straight lines. Horizontal is a straight line on a vertical plane. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to a horizontal plane. All horizontals are parallel, planes or lines. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. Plumb and level are perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. So if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon P, then all horizontals are parallel to each other Q. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other, both valid and sound, observable and bearable.
Yeah, exactly. He just
the fallacy is is right there at the start of the statement. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's the fallacy.
Yes.
That's the logical fallacy.
He did get two statements correct there, though, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he gets some of it's right, but
six and 7 are actually correct. Well, no, sorry, 7 is correct. 6 is if level is horizontal, then plumb and level are perpendicular. Yeah.
Now, the fallacy is saying that there's only what he's assuming is that there's only one plane of the horizon. That's the fallacy.
Yeah.
If you move so much as a Planck length, you've got a new plane of the horizon.
Yep.
Yes, but he doesn't understand what a tangent is, let alone what a tangent plane is.
Right.
Stop sharing that. Go back to... there we go. Well, he's over there. He's over there now. We should go and have a word with him.
Oh yeah, right. That'd be fun.
Well, his mic's open. And one.
Oh, they're pissed at me right now.
Oh, are they?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
No, I'll go over there and ask him, did you watch Blue's video?
You ought to do it.
Yeah, I can go over there. Look, watch. I'll mute in here first for a sec. Yeah. Okay, so I'll mute myself over there.
Have given people that disc with the ice wall.
So you can hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Automatically go bang. Oh, right, I'm picturing a disc in it. And it's like, you know, where's that come from, that image? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Well, it's not crazy. It's fascinating.
No one's talking.
Did you hear about how Nietzsche apparently went crazy over logic because he couldn't
I haven't heard of
reconcile
these
reality
people.
and logic together?
Sounds like Bev's
so
not
he
talking.
kinda
Bev's not
lost it.
getting involved. There's no one else over there, see?
I think this is kind of similar with the sphere.
I can do this with any
Euclidean
Discord.
geometry, like you won't find any.
Oh, I can do that with any Discord. See, what other Discords? It's only that one. Or you got Geos. That's Geos. You got Dawn, Kosho, Physicist. That's all there is there. I don't really have any other Discords I usually duck into. Only Bev's, Geos. Oh, Gems, obviously.
Yeah.
I just hate the fact that Dawn only lives about 20 miles away from me. It's a bit of a scary thought.
Okay.
Yeah, far too close.
The same planet is far too close for me.
Well, yeah, I know, but like
for a lot of them.
30 odd kilometers is not a good. Is not a good. It's not a good separation, especially as I have to visit the city fairly regularly.
Oh, Stu, you missed out on the scientists of the day.
Alfred Wegener.
You didn't update your name, did you, Paul?
Yeah, you didn't fill in the
No, I
name.
didn't. No, I didn't. Completely forgot about that.
And somebody says, Brainy, what's the swear jar for? Or what's something's got to go in the swear jar, does it? I know somebody else has to contribute to the swear jar, I've seen. Who was that?
Me.
Oh, Microraptor.
Microraptor.
Yeah, Microraptor. Yeah, I said swear jar Microraptor.
Yeah, not me, because I clearly said Fokker.
Yeah.
Oh, Wally
We
just
were
wound
talking
up.
about the planes, right?
Wally,
Yes, we
will
were.
you have a look at your DM? Who's DM?
Man.
Oh, your DM.
Like Farmer's the man on the sinking boat that phones into the Coast Guard and says, help, help, I'm sinking. And the Coast Guard says, that's okay, we'll send our fucker friendship. And he goes, I don't want your fucker friendship, I want your fucker help.
I like. Yeah.
Wally must have been in the side chat, winding them up. Yeah, you couldn't get a voice. You couldn't get a voice role. They gave you a voice role, and you didn't go into voice. You're only just in the side chat.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of those names because Fokker was a Danish company, and then you had the German company Fokker Wolf.
Fokker was a Dutch company.
Dutch, yes, Dutch, yes, but yes, then you had Fokker Wolf.
Yes, which is spelt very differently.
Yes. But
and their main design, the main designer of the Fokker Wolf design bureau was Kurt Tank.
Yes, indeed. So you had Kurt Tank, who was designing aircraft.
Well, Yeah. German surnames for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm sure it's no worse than. I'm sure it's no worse than Heinkel, Messerschmitt, Dornier, and
Lippisch.
See, there's Wally over there stirring them up. If D then P, where's Wally? There you go, Wally. Gonna run away again. You're stirring them up over there. So why take it away? What, they take away your roll? No, your roll's still there. He was over there the other day when I was there. I managed to get a voice roll, and Wally was there too. Oh, it's lost again. What do you mean? When you're over there, when I'm over there, I'll see if I can get you in. Just depends on who's there. Not going by who's there at the moment. By the look of it. Now, got to get there at the right time, I reckon. Oh, looks like our time is up. We can never make it to the 4, but it's going to be 4.5 now. Time we wrap it all up, it'll be 4:30. I mean 4:30 hours. I mean, it's nearly 2:30 here now. Anyway,
it gave me an idea. Funny surnames. That could be a good thing to do.
Yeah, I know. I was picking some YouTube videos of some things. There was a photo. There was one where there was photos. There was one where they were photoshopping people's photos. You send them into a person and you tell them what you want, and then the bloke photoshops what they want as the image next to it. And some of them are funny what he does.
Oh yeah, because he totally misinterprets what they actually asked for.
Yeah, well, he does it on purpose for half of them.
Oh, yeah, of course he does. Yeah, but I've seen people do them before.
Can you get rid of the bloke with the white hat? He's in the road, and it was actually the husband standing next to her.
Yeah,
but there was the bloke in the background with the white hat. Mike James keeps pulling it. They play games with these VC. They just gave him back.
Mike Jones is that creepy one that keeps calling everybody little buddy, isn't he?
I don't know. I've been over there often enough to remember who they all are.
He generally leaves that in comments. He calls it, he calls everybody little buddy. Ugh. No, thank you.
Well, Wally could cheat by coming in here onto Zoom, and then when I go over there through here with my voice, he can come through my voice.
Huh.
That'll fix him. But then I'd get muted or kicked in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd get booted, wouldn't you?
It wouldn't take much, would it? Thanks, Dora. Oh, I better type me goodbyes out there, and anyone can chill themselves or do whatever for now. Well, don't all speak at once.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, night peanuts.
We ain't got to that bit yet.
Oh, haven't we?
No, I'm just letting you have a free mic for a couple of minutes while I just type me goodbyes out.
Sorry.
Peanut gallery.
It's really early. I'm fading, so I misinterpreted.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
So what would you do if your surname was spelt Dikshit?
Change it.
Okay.
Change it.
I think I would.
What if it was spelt FAARTZ?
I'm just imagining the teacher calling the roll out in class.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Norwegian for speed hump.
Oh no, this can't be real. GLYDENBOLLOCKS. Gliding bollocks.
Sounds a bit suspect.
Yeah. Gross wiener.
He says pop in now and stir him up.
Hard meat.
Yeah, but Wally, there's no one in there. It's only if D then P. Bev wasn't even talking. Horizon Khan, I don't know who that is. Mike Jones is in there. And Saragati's in there. SC Montreal's in there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, not for me, thanks. Once is enough. Once is more than enough, actually.
Apparently this surname is an English surname and it means brave horse rider.
Oh, yeah.
But the surname is Horse Dick.
Right.
The name to live up to?
I'd be changing my name straight away. Oh, that's me goodbyes put out there. I can close that off for now. Minimise that. Anything in the works, Blue, or that was it for now, the one you just did, the video?
Oh, there's another short one if you want to play it.
No,
you're saying goodbye.
I'll save it for next time.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half.
Yeah, I'll save it.
Yeah, I'm playing around with some other stuff. But
yeah. You getting any You doing any carpentry yet?
No, haven't been doing anything. I'll hopefully get back to that shortly. Been too cold to go to the damn lumber yard. I felt like messing with it.
Oh no.
Yeah,
well, you don't keep any offcuts
for next time.
You don't keep any offcuts laying around?
Oh, I've got a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I haven't got is a planer thicknesser. I have to take it to the men's shed if I need to do any of that, which I'm going back to on Tuesday, seeing as things are a bit more relaxed here for things.
Yeah.
So, he rang me up the other day and just said, how you going and all that, and I was asking him about the shed, about how things were for the blokes, and was I going to get back into me bird traps for the minor birds or not. And he said, yeah, probably just get back into that a little bit to until they get the classes back up and running for the training, because you got to be trained by the local council at a certain place to be able to trap them and that. Well, thanks, Alfred Wegener.
Yeah.
Wegener. And Alan's showing us some photos. Are they your photos of your plant stuff?
Yes, that's what I went outside to photograph.
Some pretty flowers.
Although I managed to, it seems, completely bollocks up one set, but such is life. Oh, and the really funny thing was, I ended up on my hands and knees doing it. And,
that would have been a sight.
To get shots. Well, yeah. Towards the end, I'm getting a bit. So I thought, I laid down because the easiest thing to do was lay down for a minute, wasn't it? Well, one of my neighbours drives past, stops.
You're right.
He's in a Defender. He drove past because I heard him drive past because he's in a Defender, and they ain't exactly the quietest vehicles, are they?
No.
And I hear him. I hear him stop and reverse up the road. And I just finished, and I was just finishing up, so I was literally just getting up again, and he's like, and he stops and he looks at me and he goes, "Oh, I thought you might have fallen over."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and you're just getting back up again.
Yeah, fortunately, I just got, but he was like, "You all right?
You need a hand to get back up? You fell over, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just like, well, yeah, when
You're right.
When even just kneeling on the ground hurts, sometimes it's just easier to lay there. And I had the camera set up so that I could make it take a photograph just by putting my hand over the back of the camera and then taking it away while it was on the tripod. Because there's a little sensor that turns the screen off when you put the camera to your face. And I've got some extra software running on the thing so that it will trigger the shutter when it detects when it detects that you've moved away from it. So I could just lay there with my hand over the top of the camera, and then when I wanted to take the picture, just pull my hand away, and saves having to bugger around with wireless remote releases and all that business.
Oh, at least you get some nice photos anyway. Well, thanks for dropping by, Monk. You were late, but better late than never, I say.
I was well late.
Yeah, yeah, well late. Well, you're not realising how often I'm streaming again, because either do I.
I've had a busy few weeks. So.
Oh, that worked out well then. By the time I do randomly stream again, you go, oh yeah, I'll turn up. Well, thanks, Farmer Boy. Thanks for that.
Aha!
The resident reader.
Yeah, that's the Porsche I still want.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Blue, for your video. That was a good one, the Positrain one. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, I hope that resurrects it a little bit. That's much more solid evidence than all this horse shit of taking pictures of out of focus pictures of crap on the horizon that's so refracted you can't tell what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Well, they're really very well practiced in taking those fuzzy pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't deny those. You cannot deny those GPS coordinates.
No. Well, that's math, but they're just numbers. They don't know what they mean. Thanks, Demonov, Attila, John, Wally, Boomer, Anamorphic, Inks Penguin, John Stock, Stewie, Dora. I've got to go up. Branry, Jezza, Microraptor, Biggest Doggers. I've got to scroll up. Who'd I miss? Crafty Keeler. And Clive and Crafty got into the Discord, so they're there now. Yep. So they're done. Got to scroll up. Did I say Dora? I'll shout out twice. Oh, Jose was there earlier. For a quick drive-by.
No, I missed that.
Yeah, done a quick drive-by. I don't know if he's streaming tonight or not. I haven't checked to see if there's any notifications or not. He streams too early in the morning for us here. Dart. Oh, there's earlier Stellarium. Zebulon. Still scrolling. Spooky. Oh, that's as far as I can go. I can't go back any further, so if you're here earlier, I missed out on you. Give you a couple of seconds to type in if you didn't get your name shouted. And Paul's changing channels. Yeah, we can watch the music, but we can't listen to it.
That's right.
All right then. Well, thanks panel. Thanks Peanuts. We'll see you in the next one. Good night.
Night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Peanuts.
Not peanuts.